think we're live. I think so. Okay, thank goodness. Well, hello everybody. I'm terribly sorry about the delay yesterday, but long story short, my other broadcasting software was trapped in a bit of an infinite loop, to which I says, well, that's not very nice. And so I ended up having to hold on. Let me shrink this here. So this one's gonna be like a little scuffed for a hot second. I'm gonna have to do some jury rigging just to get things to cooperate nicely. Hi, yes, can I help you? No, all right. You want to go stare out the window again? That's perfectly fine. But yeah. So hey, we're live. I think we look like we're live. Yeah, we look pretty live to me. I'm gonna need to figure out where to stuff YouTube chat. Actually, I'm a little curious if maybe they've got some plugins for that. But yeah, again, I'm real sorry about the you know what? OBS YouTube chat plugin. Ah, interesting. Not really too terribly useful for me right now. But maybe there's something in here. No. Like I said, I'll do some poking around. But yep, things are going well. You know what? I should probably actually check and make sure that I'm actually live on. Hey, would you look at that? I am. All right. So let's see here. Yeah, that works for me. So I'll just put that over there for now. Better close that and this. Yeah, I'm sure that I'll figure it out eventually. Let me see what else I got here. No, not stream information. We're good with that. Activity feed. Is that right? No, that's not right. Twitch stats. That seems alright. You know what, actually? I don't think that I will look at that. I think I'm quite okay. Alright, but yeah, so we've got, you guessed it, it's more Don Quixote on the docket for today. And then like I said, I'll need to do some some futzing around. I'm sure I'll get there eventually. But anyway, we're also going through. Okay, and I think that one just closed the dock. I should be still fine across the board. Best double check. Yeah, okay. Granted, the bit rate's not exactly the bestest, allegedly, but you know, we're doing okay, I think. Actually, I should probably see if I can crank up my I'm sure I'll parse it out eventually. But anyway. Besides, it's not like we're doing anything for the. Hi, Neon! I should probably turn on timestamps on this one. How's it going? Timestamps? Do I not have time? Do I not have timestamps? Oh no, how horrifying. Hope things are going well. I ended up making the jump from Prism Live to OBS, so I'm trying to familiarize myself with these on account of Well, I'm sure that I'll figure that out eventually. But anyway, yeah. Hi, I hope things are going well. We're back with more Don Quixote. Yeah, well, you know, aside from the bout of food poisoning and my recording software rebelling against me, because yesterday I was planning on doing more Don Quixote, but it was like, oh well, I was caught in an infinite loop of stream information updated, and it wouldn't actually let me go live. So I was like, well, guess I'm gonna have to figure out how to do OBS, so I spent a good while doing that. But yep, that was a fun time. I've got most of everything up and running, except for, you know, my chat on the side. But we'll deal with that in due time. But yep. That does remind me I should probably grab my water and take a quick... Oh, I'm perfectly fine. After all, I've got quite the sturdy constitution, but no, let's just say it wasn't a good day. The sturdy constitution, not a dirty constitution, thank you. I mean, it certainly was dirty on account of the poison, but yeah, no, it wasn't good. Needless to say, I may or may not have mucked up on making evaporated milk. But hey, that's just how it goes sometimes. I think it was mostly I left it out and also did not do a good job. But before it went, a good batch of it went to making rice pudding, which turned out delightful. But, you know, that's just how it is. I'm also very excited for tomorrow because they've got the, what is it? They got the SMT Nocturne tabletop RPG. At least the PDFs are coming out tomorrow. Because the physicals, I don't think they're coming out until like January, I want to say. But yeah, so I'm rather excited for that. I might end up making it. Actually, you know what? I could do some Nocturne. I could do some Nocturne tomorrow, actually. I think I've found out what I'm going to do tomorrow. But anyway, yep, things are going well. Cats. Hi. Cat's been enjoying the sunshine. I've been what's the word? Yeah, I've been doing all right. Just been shoring up my strength, and how I'm back. Granted, I would have been back yesterday, but you know, of course, things, computers, pesky things. But anyway, I believe it's high time for showtime. Because, as I recall, we left off on Chapter 50 of Don Quixote, which was of the shrewd controversy which Don Quixote and the Canon held, together with other incidents. A good joke, that, returned Don Quixote. Books that have been printed with the king's license and with the approbation of those to whom they have been submitted, and read with universal delight, and extolled by great and small, rich and poor, learned and ignorant, gentle and simple, in a word, by people of every sort, of whatever rank or condition they may be, that these should be lies? And above all, when they carry such an appearance of truth with them, for they tell us the father, mother, country, kindred, age, place, and the achievements step by step and day by day, performed by such a knight or knights. Hush, sir, utter not such blasphemy. Trust me, I am advising you now to act as a sensible man should. Only read them, and you will see the pleasure you will derive from them. For come, tell me, can there be anything more delightful than to see, as it were, here now displayed before us a vast lake of bubbling pitch, with a host of snakes and serpents and lizards, and ferocious and terrible creatures of all sorts swimming about in it, while from the middle of the lake there comes a plaintive voice saying, Knight, whosoever thou art who beholdest this dread lake, if thou wouldst win the prize that lies hidden beneath these dusky waves, prove the valor of thy stout heart, and cast thyself into the midst of its dark, burning waters. Else thou shalt... hold on. Let me just pull this here. Thank you. Now where was I? Else thou shalt not be worthy to see the mighty wonders contained in the 7 castles of the 7 fays that lie beneath this black expanse. And then the knight, almost ere the awful voice has ceased, without stopping to consider, without pausing to reflect upon the danger to which he is exposing himself, without even relieving himself of the weight of his massive armor, commending himself to God and to his lady, plunges into the midst of the boiling lake, and when he little looks for it, or knows what his fate is to be, he finds himself among flowery meadows, with which the Elysian fields are not to be compared. The sky seems more transparent there. There we go. And the sun shines with a strange brilliancy, and a delightful grove of green leafy trees presents itself to the eyes and charms the sight with its verdure, while the ear is soothed by the sweet untutored melody of the countless birds of gay plumage that flit to and fro among the interlacing branches. Here we see a brook whose limpid waters, like liquid crystal, ripple over fine sands and white pebbles that look like sifted gold and purest pearls. There he perceives a cunningly wrought fountain of many-colored jasper and polished marble. Here another rustic fashion, where the little mussel shells and spiral white and yellow mansions of the snail, disposed in studious disorder, mingled with fragments of glittering crystal and mock emeralds, make up a work of varied aspect, where art, imitating nature, seems to have outdone it. Suddenly there is presented to his sight a strong castle or gorgeous palace with walls of massy gold, turrets of diamond, and gates of jacinth. Jacinth? You know what? Hold on. I need to look that one up. What is jacinth? I see. It is a reddish-orange gem variety of zircon. Fascinating. Otherwise known as, let's see here, otherwise known as lechem. But anyway. Where was I? I see. In short, so marvelous in its structure that though the materials of which it is built are nothing less than diamonds, carbuncles, rubies, pearls, gold, and emeralds, the workmanship is still more rare. And after having seen all this, what can be more charming than to see how a bevy of damsels comes forth from the gate of the castle in gay and gorgeous attire, such that were I to set myself now to depict it as the histories describe it to us, I should never have done. And then how she, who it seems to be the first among them, all takes the bold knight who plunged into the boiling lake by the hand, and without addressing a word to him, leads him into the rich palace or castle, and strips him as naked as when his mother bore him, and bathes him in lukewarm water, and anoints him all over with sweet-smelling unguents, and clothes him in a shirt of the softest sendal, all scented and perfumed. What is a sendal? Hold on. Yes, hi. What's wrong? I see. A fine, rich silk material chiefly used to make ceremonial robes and banners. Anyway. All scented and perfumed, while another damsel comes and throws over his shoulders a mantle which is said to be worth at the very least, a city, and even more. How charming it is, then, when they tell us how, after all this, they lead him to another chamber where he finds the tables set out in such style that he is filled with amazement and wonder to see how they pour out water for his hands distilled from amber and sweet-scented flowers, how they seat him on an ivory chair, to see how the damsels wait on him all in profound silence, how they bring him such a variety of dainties? Such a variety of dainties, so temptingly prepared that the appetite is at a loss which to select. To hear the music that resounds while he is at table, by whom or whence produced he knows not. And then, when the repast is over and the tables removed, for the knight to recline in a chair, picking his teeth, perhaps as usual, and a damsel, much lovelier than any of the others, to enter unexpectedly by the chamber door, and herself by his side, and begin to tell him what the castle is, and how she is held enchanted there, and other things that amaze the knight and astonish the readers who are perusing his history. But I will not expatiate any further upon this, as it may be gathered from it that whatever part of whatever history of a knight-errant one reads, it will fill the reader, whoever he be, with delight and wonder. And take my advice, sir, and as I said before, read these books, and you will see how they will banish any melancholy you may feel, and raise your spirits should they be depressed. For myself, I can say that since I have been a knight-errant, I have become valiant, polite, generous, well-bred, magnanimous, courteous, dauntless, gentle, patient, and have learned to bear hardships, imprisonments, and enchantments. And though it be such a short time since I have seen myself shut up in a cage like a madman, I hope by the might of my arm, if heaven aid me and fortune thwart me not, to see myself king of some kingdom where I may be able to show the gratitude and generosity that dwell in my heart. For by my faith, Signor, the poor man is incapacitated from showing the virtue of generosity to anyone, though he may possess it in the highest degree. And gratitude that consists of disposition only is a dead thing, just as faith without works is dead. For this reason, I should be glad were fortune soon to offer me some opportunity of making myself an emperor, so as to show my heart in doing good to my friends, particularly to this poor Sancho Panza, my squire, who is the best fellow in the world, and I would gladly give him a county I have promised him this ever so long, only that I am afraid he has not the capacity to govern his realm. Sancho partly heard these last words of his master, and said to him, Strive hard, you, Señor Don Quixote, to give me that county so often promised by you and so long looked for by me. For I promise you there will be no want of capacity in me to govern it, and even if there is, I have heard say there are men in the world who farm seigniories, paying so much a year, and they themselves taking charge of the government, while the Lord, with his legs stretched out, enjoys the revenue they pay him, without troubling himself about anything else. That's what I'll do, and not stand haggling over trifles, but wash my hands at once of the whole business, and enjoy my rents like a duke, and let things go their own way. I'm gonna have another sip of water here. Delicious. Let me see here. That, brother son, illustrates the evil designs of the crafty. I don't understand these philosophies, returned Sancho Panza. All I know is that I would All I know is that I would add I had the blah, blah, blah. All I know is I would I had the county as soon as I shall know how to govern it. I see. For I have as much soul as any other, and as much body as anyone, and I shall be as much king of my realm as any other of his. And being so, I should do as I liked, and doing as I liked, I should please myself, and pleasing myself, I should be content. And when one is content, he has nothing more to desire, and when one has nothing more to desire, there is an end of it. So let the county come, and God be with you, and let us see one another, as one blind man said to the other. That is not bad philosophy thou art talking, Sancho, said the Canon. But for all that there is a good deal to be said on this matter of counties. To which Don Quixote returned, I know not what more there is to be said. I only guide myself by the example set to me by the great Amadis of Gaul, when he made his squire count of the Insula Firme, and so, without any scruples of conscience, I can make a count of Sancho Panza, for he is one of the best squires that ever knight-errant had. The Canon was astonished at the methodical nonsense, if nonsense be capable of method, that Don Quixote uttered, at the way in which he had described the adventure of the Knight of the Lake, at the impression that the deliberate lies of the books he had read had made upon him. And lastly, he marveled at the simplicity of Sancho, who desired so eagerly to obtain the county his master had promised him. By this time the Canon's servants, who had gone to the inn to fetch the sumpter mule, had returned, and, making a carpet and the green grass of the meadow serve as a table, they seated themselves in the shade of some trees, and made their repast there, that the carter might not be deprived of the advantage of the spot, as has been already said. As they were eating, they suddenly heard a loud noise and the sound of a bell that seemed to come from among some brambles and thick bushes that were close by, and the same instant they observed a beautiful goat, spotted all over, black, white, and brown, spring out of the thicket, with a goatherd after it, calling to it and uttering the usual cries to make it stop or turn back to the fold. The fugitive goat, scared and frightened, ran towards the company as if seeking their protection, and then stood still. And the goatherd, coming up, seized it by the horns and began to talk to it as if it were possessed of reason and understanding. "Ah, wanderer, wanderer, Spotty, Spotty, how have you gone limping all this time? What wolves have frightened you, my daughter? Won't you tell me what is the matter, my beauty? But what else can it be, except that you are a she and cannot keep quiet, a plague on your humors and the humors of those you take after? Come back, my darling, and if you will not be so happy, at any rate you will be safe in the fold or with your companions, for if you ought to keep them and lead them go wandering astray, what will become of them?" The goatherd's talk amused all who heard it, especially the Canon, who said to him, "As you live, brother, take it easy, and be not in such a hurry to drive this goat back to the fold, for, being a female, as you say, she will follow her natural instinct in spite of all you can do to prevent it. Take this morsel and drink a sup, and that will soothe your irritation, and in the meantime the goat will rest herself." And so saying, he handed him the loins of a cold rabbit on a fork. The goatherd took it with thanks, and drank and calmed himself, and then said, "I should be sorry if your worships were to take me for a simpleton for having spoken so seriously as I did to this animal, but the truth is there is a certain mystery in the words I used. I am a clown, but not so much of one, but that I know how to behave to men and to beasts." "That I can well believe," said the curate. "For I know already by experience that woods breed men of learning, and shepherd's hut harbor philosophers." "At all events, Signor," returned the goatherd, "they shelter men of experience, and that you may see the truth of this and grasp it, though I may seem to put myself forward without being asked, I will, if it will not tire you, gentlemen, and you will give me your attention for a little, tell you a true story which will confirm this gentleman's word," and he pointed to the curate, "as well as my own." To this Don Quixote replied, "Seeing that this affair has a certain color of chivalry about it, I, for my part, brother, will hear you most gladly, and so will all these gentlemen, from the high intelligence they possess, and their love of curious novelties that interest, charm, and entertain the mind, as I feel quite sure your story will do. So begin, friend, for we are all prepared to listen." "I draw my stakes," said Sancho, "and will retreat with this pasty to the brook there, where I mean to victual myself for 3 days. For I have heard my lord Don Quixote say that a knight-errant squire should eat until he can hold no more, whenever he has the chance, because it often happens them to get by an accident into a wood so thick that they cannot find a way out of it for 6 days, and if the man is not well fed or his alforjas well stored, there he may stay, so very often he does, turned into a dried mummy." "Thou art in the right of it, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Go where thou wilt, and eat all thou canst, for I have had enough, and only want to give my mind its refreshment, as I shall by listening to this good fellow's story." "It is what we shall all do," said the Canon, and then begged the goatherd to begin let's see here. And begged the goatherd to begin the promised tale. The goatherd gave the goat which he held by the horns a couple of slaps on the back, saying, "Lie down here beside me, Spotty, for we have time enough to return to our fold." The goat seemed to understand him, for as her master seated himself, she stretched herself quietly beside him, and looked up in his face to show him she was all attention to what he was going to say. And then, in these words, he began his story. Chapter 51, which deals with what the goatherd told those who were carrying off Don Quixote. 3 leagues from this valley there is a village which, though small, is one of the richest in all this neighborhood. And in it there lived a farmer, a very worthy man, and so much respected that, although to be so is the natural consequence of being rich, He was even more respected for his virtue than for the wealth he had acquired. But what made him still more fortunate, he said, as he said himself, was having a daughter of such exceeding beauty, rare intelligence, gracefulness, and virtue, that everyone who knew her and beheld her marveled at the extraordinary gifts with which heaven and nature had endowed her. As a child she was beautiful, and she continued to grow in beauty, and at the age of 16 she was most lovely. The fame of her beauty began to spread abroad all the villages around. But why do I say the villages around merely, when it spread to the distant cities, and even made its way into the halls of royalty, and reached the ears of people of every class, who came from all sides to see her, as if to see something rare and curious, or some wonder-working image. Her father watched over her, and she watched over herself, for there are no locks, or guards, or bolts that can protect a young girl better than her own modesty. The wealth of the father and the beauty of the daughter led many neighbors as well as strangers to seek her for a wife, but he, as one might be who had the disposal of so rich a jewel, was perplexed and unable to make up his mind to which of her countless suitors he should entrust her. I was among the many who felt a desire so natural, and as her father knew who I was, and I was of the same town, of pure blood, in the bloom of life, and very rich in possessions, I had great hopes of success. There was another of the same place and qualifications who also sought her, and this made her father's choice hang in the balance, and he felt that on... Oh, hi! I do sincerely appreciate what's the word? The follow to one, Petra Anna Marie? Yes, I think that's correct. Let's see here. Of course. Well, again, thank you very... Well, I do sincerely appreciate it again. Now, where was I? Yes, very rich in possession. I had great hopes of success. There was another of the same place and qualifications who also sought her, and this made her father's choice hang in the balance, for he felt that on either of us his daughter would be well bestowed, so to escape from this state of perplexity he resolved to refer the matter to Leandra, for that is the name of the rich damsel who had reduced me to misery. Reflecting that as we were both equal in it would be best to leave it to his dear daughter to choose according to her inclination, a course that is worthy of imitation by all fathers who wish to settle their children in life. I do not mean that they ought to leave him to make a choice of what is contemptible and bad, but that they should place before them what is good, and then allow them to make a good choice as they please. I do not know what Leandra chose. I only know her father put us both off with the tender age of his daughter, and vague words that neither bound him nor dismissed us. My rival is called Anselmo, and I myself Eugenio. That you may know the names of the personages that figure in this tragedy. The personages that figure in this tragedy. The end of which is still in suspense, though it is plain to see it must be disastrous. About this time there arrived in our town one Vicente de la Roca, the son of a poor peasant of the same town. The said Vicente, having returned from service as a soldier in Italy and divers other parts, a captain who chanced to... Alright, hold on, give me just a second. What do you need? What do you want? What's wrong? Why do you scream? Alright, now where was I? Ah, yes. A captain who chanced to pass that way with his company had carried him off from our village when he was a boy of about 12 years, and now 12 years later the young man came back in a soldier's uniform, arrayed in 1,000 colors, and all over glass trinkets and fine steel chains. Today he would appear in one gay dress, tomorrow in another, but all flimsy and gaudy, of little substance and less worth. The peasant folk, who are naturally malicious, and when they have nothing to do can be malice itself, remarked all this, and took note of his finery and jewellery, piece by piece, and discovered that he had 3 suits of different colours, with garters and stockings to match. But he made so many arrangements and combinations out of them, that if they had not counted them, any one would have sworn that he had made a display of more than 10 suits of clothes and 20 plumes. Do not look upon all this that I am telling you about the clothes as uncalled for or spun out, for they have a great deal to do with the story. He used to seat himself on a bench under the great poplar in our plaza, and there he would keep us all hanging open-mouthed on the stories he told us of his exploits. There was no country on the face of the globe he had not seen, nor battle he had not been engaged in. He had killed more Moors than there are in Morocco and Tunis, and fought more single combats, according to his own account, than Garcilaso, Diego Garcia de Paredes, and 1,000 others he named. And out of all he had come victorious without losing a drop of blood. On the other hand, he showed marks of wounds, which, though they could not be made out, he said were gunshot wounds received in divers encounters and actions. Lastly, with monstrous impudence, he used to say you to his equals, and even those who knew what he was, and declare that his arm was his father, and his deeds his pedigree, and that being a soldier he was as good as the king himself. And to add to these swaggering ways, he was a trifle of a musician, and played the guitar with such a flourish that some said he made it speak. Nor did his accomplishments end there, for he was something of a poet too, and on every trifle that happened in the town he made a ballad a league long. This soldier, then, that I have described, this Vicente de la Roca, this bravo, gallant musician poet, was often seen and watched by Leandra from a window of her house, which looked out on the plaza. The glitter of her showy attire took her fancy. The glitter of his showy attire took her fancy. His ballads bewitched her, for he gave away 20 copies of every one he made, and tales of his exploits, which he told about himself, came to her ears, and in short, as the devil no doubt had arranged it, she fell in love with him before the presumption of making love to her had suggested itself to him. And as in love affairs none are more easily brought to an issue than those which have the inclination of the lady for an ally, Leandra and Vicente came to an understanding without any difficulty, and before any of her numerous suitors had any suspicion of her design, she had already carried it into effect, having left the house of her dearly beloved father, for mother she had none, and disappeared from the village with the soldier, who came more triumphantly out of this enterprise than out of any of the large number he had laid claim to. All the village and all those of it were amazed at the affair. I was aghast, Anselmo thunderstruck, her father full of grief, her relations indignant, and the authorities all in a ferment, the officers of the Brotherhood in arms. They scoured the roads, they searched the woods and all quarters, and at the end of 3 days they found the flighty Leandra in a mountain cave, stripped to her shift, and robbed of all the money and precious jewels she had carried away from home with her. They brought her back to her unhappy father and questioned her as to her misfortune, and she confessed without pressure that Vicente de la Roca had deceived her, and under the promise of marrying her, he had induced her to leave her father's house, as he meant to take her to the richest and most delightful city in the whole world, which was Naples, and that she, ill-advised and deluded, had believed him and robbed her father, and handed over all to him the night she disappeared, and that he had carried her away to a rugged mountain and shut her up in the cave where they had found her. She said, moreover, that the soldier, without robbing her of her honor, had taken from her everything she had, and made off, leaving her in a cave. In the cave, a thing that still further surprised everybody. It was not easy for us to credit the young man's continence, but she asserted that with such earnestness that it helped to console her distressed father, who thought nothing of what had been taken, since the jewel that once lost can never be recovered had been left to his daughter. The same day that Leandra made her appearance, her father removed her from our sight, and took her away to shut her up in a convent in a town near this, in the hope that time may wear away some of the disgrace she incurred. Leandra's youth furnished an excuse for her fault, at least with those to whom it was of no consequence whether she was good or bad. But those who knew her shrewdness and intelligence did not attribute her misdemeanor to ignorance, but to wantonness and the natural disposition of women, which is for the most part flighty and ill-regulated. Leandra withdrawn from sight, Anselmo's eyes grew blind, or at any rate found nothing to look at that gave them any pleasure, and mine were in darkness, without a ray of light to direct them to anything enjoyable while Leandra was away. Our melancholy grew greater, our patience grew less. We cursed the soldier's finery, and railed at the carelessness of Leandra's father. At last Anselmo and I agreed to leave the village and to come to this valley, and he feeding a great flock of sheep of his own, and I a large herd of goats of mine. We pass our life among the trees, giving vent to our sorrows, together singing the fair Leandra's praises, or upbraiding her, or else sighing alone, and to heaven pouring forth our complaints in solitude. Following our example, many more of Leandra's lovers have come to these rude mountains and adopted our mode of life, and they are so numerous that one would fancy the place had been turned into the pastoral Arcadia. So full it is of shepherds and sheepfolds, nor is there a spot in it where the name of the fair Leandra is not heard. Here one curses her and calls her capricious, fickle, and immodest. There another condemns her as frail and frivolous. This pardons and absolves her, that spurns and reviles her. One extols her beauty, another assails her character, and in short, all abuse her and all adore her, and to such a pitch has this general infatuation gone that there are some who complain of her scorn without ever having exchanged a word with her, and even some that bewail and mourn the raging fever of jealousy, for which she never gave anyone cause, for, as I have already said, her misconduct was known before her passion. There is no nook among the rocks, no brookside, no shade beneath the trees that is not haunted by some shepherd telling his woes to the breezes. Wherever there is an echo, it repeats the name of Leandra. The mountains ring with Leandra, Leandra, murmur the brooks, and Leandra keeps us all bewildered and bewitched, hoping without hope and fearing without knowing what we fear. Of all this silly set, the one that shows the least and also the most sense is my rival Anselmo, for, having so many other things to complain of, he only complains of separation, and the accompaniment of a rebec, which he plays admirably. He sings his complaints in verses that show his ingenuity. I follow another, easier, and, to my mind, wiser course, and that is to rail at the frivolity of women, at their inconstancy, their double-dealing, their broken promises, their unkept pledges, and, in short, the want of reflection they show in fixing their affections and inclinations. This, sirs, was the reason of words and expressions I made use of to this goat when I came up just now, for, as she is a female, I have a contempt for her, though she is the best in all my fold. This is the story I promised you. This is the story I promised to tell you, and if I have been tedious in telling it, I will not be slow to serve you. My hut is close by, and I have fresh milk and dainty cheese there, as well as a variety of toothsome fruit, no less pleasing to the eye than to the palate. Seems there's a lot of heartbreakers in this particular area of Spain. Gonna have another quick sip of water. Alright, let's see here. Chapter 52. Of the quarrel that Don Quixote had with the goatherd, together with the rare adventure of the penitents, which, with an expenditure of sweat, he brought to a happy conclusion. The goatherd's tale gave great satisfaction to all the hearers, and the Canon especially enjoyed it, for he had remarked that particular attention the manner in which it had been told, which was as unlike the manner of a clownish goatherd as it was like that of a polished city wit. He observed that the curate had been quite right in saying that the woods bred men of learning. They all offered their services to Eugenio, but he who showed himself most liberal in this way was Don Quixote, who said to him, "Most assuredly, brother goatherd, if I found myself in a position to attempt any adventure, I would this very instant set out on your behalf, and would rescue Leandra from that convent." which no doubt she is being kept against her will, in spite of the abbess, in spite of the abbess and all who might try to prevent me, and would place her in your hands to deal with her according to your will and pleasure, observing, however, the laws of chivalry, which lay down that no violence of any kind is to be offered to any damsel. But I trust in God our Lord that the might of one malignant enchanter might not prove so great, but that the power of another, better disposed, may prove superior to it. And then I promise you my support and assistance, as I am bound to do by my profession, which is none other than to give aid to the weak and needy." The goatherd eyed him, and noticing Don Quixote's sorry appearance and looks, he was filled with wonder, and asked the barber who was next to him, "Señor, who is this man who makes such a figure and talks in such a strain?" "Who should it be," said the barber, "but the famous Don Quixote of La Mancha, the undoer of injustice, the righter of wrongs, the protector of damsels, the terror of giants, and the winner of battles?" "That," said the goatherd, "sounds like what one reads in the books of the knights errant. Who did all that you say this man does? Though it is my belief that either you are joking, or else this gentleman has empty lodgings in his head." "Why, you are a great scoundrel," said Don Quixote, "and it is you who are empty and a fool. I am fuller than ever there was the horse and bitch that bore you." Jesus. And passing from words to deeds, he caught up a loaf that was near him and sent it full in the goatherd's face. With such force he flattened his nose, but the goatherd, who did not understand jokes, and found himself roughly handled in such good earnest, paying no respect to carpet, tablecloth, or diners, sprang upon Don Quixote, and seizing him by the throat with both hands, would no doubt have throttled him, had not Sancho Panza that instant come to the rescue, and, grasping him by the shoulders, flung him down on the table, smashing plates, breaking glasses, and upsetting and scattering everything on it. Don Quixote, finding himself free, strove to get on top of the goatherd, who was, with his face covered with blood, and soundly kicked by Sancho, was on all fours feeling about for one of the table knives to take a bloody revenge with. The canon and the curate, however, prevented him, but the barber so contrived that he got Don Quixote under him, and rained down upon him such a shower of fisticuffs that the poor knight's face streamed with blood as freely as his own. The canon and the curate were bursting with laughter. The officers were capering with delight, and both the one and the other hissed them on as they do dogs that are worrying one another in a fight. Sancho alone was frantic, for he could not free himself from the grasp of one of the canon's servants, who kept him from going to his master's assistance. At last, while they were all, with the exception of the two bruisers who were mauling each other in high glee and enjoyment, they heard a trumpet sound a note so doleful that it made them all look in the direction whence the sound seemed to come. But the one who was most excited by hearing it was Don Quixote, who, though sorely against his will, was under the goatherd, and something more than pretty well pummeled, said to him, "Brother devil, for it is impossible but that thou must be one, since thou hast had might and strength enough to overcome mine. I ask thee to agree to a truce for but 1 hour, for the solemn note of yonder trumpet that falls on our ears seems to me to summon me to some new adventure." The goatherd, who was by this time tired of pummeling and being pummeled, released him at once, and Don Quixote, rising to his feet and turning his eyes to the quarter where the sound had been heard, suddenly saw coming down the slope of a hill several men clad in white like penitents. The fact was that the clouds had that year withheld their moisture from the earth, and in all villages of the district they were organizing processions, rogations, and penances, imploring God to open the hands of his mercy and send the rain. And to this end the people of a village that was hard by were going in procession to a holy hermitage that was on one side of that valley. Don Quixote, when he saw the strange garb of the penitents, without reflecting how often he had seen it before, took it into his head that this was a case of adventure, and that it fell to him alone as a knight-errant to engage in it. And he was all the more confirmed in this notion by the idea that an image draped in black they had with them was some illustrious lady that these villains and discourteous thieves were carrying off by force. As soon as this occurred to him, he ran with all speed to Rocinante, who was grazing at large, and taking the bridle and the buckler from the saddle-bow, he had him bridled in an instant, and calling to Sancho for his sword, he mounted Rocinante, braced his buckler on his arm, and in a loud voice exclaimed to those who stood by, "Now, noble company, ye shall see how important it is that there should be knights in the world professing the order of knight-errantry. Now I say ye shall see, by the deliverance of that worthy lady who was borne captive there, whether knights errant deserve to be held in estimation." And so saying, he brought his legs to bear on Rocinante, for he had no spurs, and at a full canter, for in all this veracious history we had never read of Rocinante fairly galloping, set off to encounter the penitents, though the curate, the canon, and the barber ran to prevent him. But it was out of their power, nor did he even stop for the shouts of Sancho calling after him. "Where are you going, Señor Don Quixote? What devil has possessed you to set you on against our Catholic faith?" "Plague take me! Mind, that is a procession of penitents, and the lady they are carrying on that stand there is the blessed image of the Immaculate Virgin. Take care what you are doing, Señor, for this time it may be safely said you don't know what you are about." Sancho labored in vain, for his master was so bent on coming to quarters with these sheeted figures and releasing the lady in black that he did not hear a word, and even had he heard, he would not have turned back if the king had ordered him. He came up with the procession and reined in Rocinante, who were already anxious enough to slacken speed a little, and in a hoarse, excited voice he exclaimed, "You who hide your faces, perhaps because you are not good subjects, pay attention and listen to what I am about to say to you." The first to halt were those who were carrying the image, and one of the four ecclesiastics, who were chanting the litany, struck by the strange figure of Don Quixote, the leanness of Rocinante, and the other ludicrous peculiarities he observed, said in reply to him, "Brother, if you have anything to say to us, say it quickly, for these brethren are whipping themselves, and we cannot stop, nor is it reasonable we should stop to hear anything, unless indeed it is short enough to be said in 2 words. "I will say it in 1, replied Don Quixote, "and it is this, that at once, this very instant, ye release that fair lady, whose tears and sad aspect show plainly what ye are carrying her off against her will, and that ye have committed some scandalous outrage against her, and I, who was born into this world to redress all such like wrongs, will not permit you to advance another step until you have restored her to the liberty she pines for and deserves." From these words, all the hearers concluded that he must be a madman, and began to laugh heartily, and their laughter acted like gunpowder on Don Quixote's fury, for, drawing his sword without another word, he made a rush at the stand. One of those who supported it, leaving the burden to his comrades, advanced to meet him, flourishing a forked stick that he had for propping up the stand when resting, and with it he caught a mighty cut Don Quixote made at him, that severed it in 2. But the portion that remained in his hand, he dealt such a thwack on the shoulder of Don Quixote's sword arm, which the buckler could not protect against the clownish assault, that poor Don Quixote came to the ground in a sad plight. Sancho Panza, who was coming on close behind, puffing and blowing, and seeing him fall, cried out to his assailant not to strike him again, for he was a poor enchanted knight who had never harmed anyone all the days of his life. But what checked the clown was not Sancho shouting, but seeing that Don Quixote did not stir hand or foot, and so fancying he had killed him, he hastily hitched up his tunic under his girdle and took to his heels across the country like a deer. Oh, good heavens. Let's see here. By this time, all Don Quixote's companions had come up to where he lay. But the processionists, seeing them come running, and with them the officers of the Brotherhood with their crossbows, apprehended mischief, and clustering round the image, raised their hoods and grasped their scourges as the priests did their tapers, and awaited the attack, resolved to defend themselves and even to take the offensive against their assailants if they could. Fortune, however, arranged the matter better than they expected, for all Sancho did was to fling himself on his master's body, and raising over him the most doleful and laughable lamentation that ever was heard, for he believed he was dead. The curate was known to another curate who walked in the procession, and their recognition of one another set at rest the apprehensions of both parties. And first they told the other in 2 words who Don Quixote was, and he and the whole troop of penitents went to see if the poor gentleman was dead, and heard Sancho Panza with tears in his eyes. "Oh, flower of chivalry, that with one blow of a stick hast ended the course of thy well-spent life. O pride of thy race, honor and glory of all La Mancha, nay, of all the world, that for want of thee will be full of evildoers, no longer in fear of punishment for their misdeeds. O thou generous above all the Alexanders, since for only 8 months of service thou hast given me the best island the sea girds or surrounds, humble with the proud, haughty, humble with the proud, haughty with the humble, encounter of dangers, endurer of outrages, enamored without reason, imitator of the good, scourge of the wicked, enemy of the mean, in short, knight-errant, which is all that can be said." As the cries and moans of Sancho, Don Quixote came to himself, and the first word he said was, "He who lives separated from you, dearest Dulcinea, has greater miseries to endure than these. Aid me, friend Sancho, to mount the enchanted cart, for I am not in a condition to press the saddle of Rocinante, as the shoulder is all knocked to pieces." "That I will do with all my heart, señor," said Sancho. "Let us return to our village with these gentlemen, who seek your good, and there we will prepare for making another sally, which may turn out more profitable and credible to us." "Thou art right, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "It will be wise to let the malign influence of the stars which now prevails pass off." The canon, the curate, and the barber told him he would act very wisely in doing so, he said, and so, highly amused at Sancho Panza's simplicities, they placed Don Quixote in the cart as before. The procession once more formed itself in order, and proceeded on its road. The goatherd took his leave of the party, the officers of the Brotherhood declined to go any farther, and the curate paid them what was due to them. The canon begged the curate to let him know how Don Quixote did, whether he was cured of his madness or still suffered from it, and then begged leave to continue his journey. In short, they all separated and went on their ways, leaving to themselves the curate, the barber, Don Quixote, Sancho Panza, and the good Rocinante, who regarded everything with as great resignation as his master. The carter yoked his oxen and made Don Quixote comfortable on a truss of hay, and at his usual deliberate pace took the road the curate directed, and at the end of 6 days they reached Don Quixote's village, and entered it about the middle of the day, which, it so happened, was a Sunday, and the people were all in the plaza through which Don Quixote's cart passed. They all flocked to see what was in the cart, and when they recognized their townsman they were filled with amazement, and a boy ran off to bring the news to his housekeeper and his niece that their master and uncle had come back all lean and yellow, and stretched out on a truss of hay on an ox cart. It was piteous to hear the cries the 2 good ladies raised, how they beat their breasts and poured out fresh maledictions on those accursed books of chivalry, all which was renewed when they saw Don Quixote coming in at the gate. Thanks. At the news of Don Quixote's arrival, Sancho Panza's wife came running, for she by this time knew that her husband had gone away with him as his squire, and on seeing Sancho, the first thing she asked him was if the ass was well. Sancho replied that he was, better than his master was. "Thanks be to God for being so good." "Thanks be to God," said she, "for being so good to me. But now tell me, my friend, what have you made by your squirings? What gown have you brought me back? What shoes for your children?" "I bring nothing of that sort, wife," said Sancho, "though I bring other things of more consequence and value." "I'm very glad of that," returned his wife. "Show me these things of more value and consequence, my friend, for I want to see them to cheer my heart that has been so sad and heavy all these ages that you have been away." I will show them to you at home, wife," said Sancho. "Be content for the present, for if it please God that we should again go on our travels in search of adventures, you will soon see me a count or governor of an island, and that not one of those everyday ones, but the best that is to be had. Heaven granted, husband, said she, for indeed we have need of it. But tell me, what's this about islands, for I don't understand it. Honey is not for the mouth of the ass, returned Sancho. All in good time thou shalt see, wife. Nay, thou wilt be surprised to hear thyself called your ladyship by all thy vassals. What are you talking about, Sancho, with your ladyships, islands, and vassals? Returned Teresa Panza, for so Sancho's wife was called, though they were not relations, for in La Mancha it is customary for wives to take their husbands' surnames. Do not be in such a hurry to know all this, Teresa, said Sancho. It is enough that I am telling you the truth, so shut your mouth. But I may tell you this much by this way, that there is nothing in the world more delightful than to be a person of consideration, squire to a knight-errant and a seeker of adventures. To be sure, most of those who one finds do not end as pleasantly as one could wish, for out of 199 will turn out cross and contrary. I know it by experience, for out of some I came blanketed, and out of others belabored. Still, for all that, it is a fine thing to be on the lookout for what may happen, crossing mountains, searching woods, climbing rocks, visiting castles, putting up at inns, and all at free quarters, and devil take the merividi to pay. While this conversation passed between Sancho Panza and his wife, Don Quixote's housekeeper and niece took him in and undressed him and laid him on the old bed. He eyed them askance and could not make out where he was. The curate charged his niece to be very careful to make her uncle comfortable, and to keep a watch over him lest he should make his escape from them again, telling her what they had been obliged to do to bring him home. On this the pair once more lifted up their voices and renewed their maledictions upon the books of chivalry, and implored heaven to plunge the authors of such lies and nonsense into the midst of the bottomless pit. They were, in short, kept in anxiety and dread lest their uncle and master should give them the slip the moment he found himself somewhat better, and as they feared, so it fell out. But the author of this history, though he has devoted research and industry to the discovery of the deeds achieved by Don Quixote in his third sally, has been unable to obtain any information respecting them, and at any rate derived from authentic documentations. Tradition has merely preserved in the memory of La Mancha the fact that Don Quixote, the third time he sallied forth from his home, betook himself to Saragossa, where he was present at some famous jousts which came off in that city, and he had adventures that were worthy of his valor and high intelligence. Of his end and death he could learn no particulars, nor would he have ascertained it or known of it, if good fortune had not produced an old physician for him who had in his possession a leaden box, which, according to his account, had been discovered among the crumbling foundations of an ancient hermitage that was being rebuilt, in which the box was found certain parchment manuscripts in Gothic character, but in Castilian verse, containing many of his achievements, and setting forth the beauty of Dulcinea, the form of Rocinante, the fidelity of Sancho Panza, and the burial of Don Quixote himself, together with such sundry epitaphs and eulogies on his life and character. But all that could be read and deciphered were those which the trustworthy author of this new and unparalleled history here presents, and the said author asks of those who shall read it nothing in return for the vast toil which it has cost him in examining and searching the Manchegan archives in order to bring it to light, save that they give him the same credit the people of sense give to the books of chivalry that pervade the world and are so popular. For with this he will consider himself amply paid and fully satisfied, and will be encouraged to seek out and produce other histories, if not as truthful, at least equal in invention and not less entertaining. The first words written on the parchment found in the leaden box were these: The Academians of Argamasilla, a village of La Mancha, on the life and death of Don Quixote of La Mancha, hoc scripserunt. Manicongo Academian of Argamasilla, on the tomb of Don Quixote. Epitaph. The scatterbrain that gave La Mancha more rich spoils than Jason's, who a point so keen had to his wit, and happier far had been, if his wit's weathercock a blunter bore, the arm renowned far as Gaeta's shore. Cathay and all the lands that lie between, the muse discreet and terrible in mien, as ever wrote on brass in days of yore, he who passed the Amadeus's all, and who as not the Galaors accounted, supported by his love and gallantry, who made Boletyus sing small, and sought renown on Rocinante mounted. Here underneath this cold stone doth he lie. Panaguado Academian of Argamasilla, in laudum Dulcinea del Toboso. Sonnet. She whose full features may be here descried, high-bosomed with a bearing of disdain, in Dulcinea, for she for whom in vain the great Don Quixote of La Mancha sighed. For horror, Toboso's queen, from side to side, he traversed the grim Sierra, the Champagne, I don't know. The Champagne of Aranjuez and Montiel's famous plain. On Rocinante oft a weary ride, malignant planets, cruel destiny, pursued them both, the fair Machengan dame, and the unconquered star of chivalry, nor youth nor beauty saved her from the claim of death. He paid love's bitter penalty, and left the marble to preserve his name. Capriccioso, a most acute academian of Argamasilla, in praise of Rocinante, steed of Don Quixote of La Mancha. A sonnet. On that proud throne of diamante sheen, which the blood-reeking feet of Mars degrade, the mad Manchengan's banter now hath been by him in all its bravery displayed. There hath he hung his arms and trenchant blade, wherewith, achieving deeds till now unseen, he slays, lays low, cleaves, hews, but art hath made a novel style of our new paladin. If Amadeus be the proud boast of Gaul, if by his progeny the fame of Greece through all the regions of the earth be spread, great Quixote, crowned in grim Bellona's hall, today exalts La Mancha over these, and above Greece or Gaul she holds her head. Nor ends his glory here, for his good steed doth Brillandor and Bayard far exceed, as mettled steeds compared with Rocinante. The reputation they have won is scanty. Burlador, Academian of Argamasilla, of Sancho Panza. Sonnet. The worthy Sancho Panza here you see, a great soul once was in that body small, nor was there squire upon this earthly ball, so plain and simple, or of guile so free, within an ace of being count was he, and would have been but for the spite and gall of this vile age, mean and illiberal, that cannot even let a donkey be, for mounted on an ass, excuse the word, by Rocinante's side, this gentle squire was wont his wandering master to attend. Delusive hopes that lure the common herd, with promises of ease the heart's desire, in shadows, dreams, and smoke ye always end. Cacci Diablo, Academian of Argamasilla, on the tomb of Don Quixote. Epitaph. The knight lies here below, ill-errant and bruised sore, whom Rocinante bore in his wanderings to and fro. By the side of the knight is laid stolid man Sancho too, than whom a squire more true was not in the esquire trade. Tiquitoc, Academian of Argamasilla, on the tomb of Dulcinea del Toboso. Epitaph. Here Dulcinea lies, plump was she and robust, now she is ashes and dust, the end of all flesh that dies, a lady of high degree, with the port of a lofty dame, and the great Don Quixote's flame, and the pride of her village was she. These were all the verses that could be deciphered. The rest, the writing being worm-eaten, were handed over to one of the academicians to make out their meaning conjecturally. We have been informed that the cost of many sleepless nights and much toil he has succeeded, and that he means to publish them in hopes of Don Quixote's third sally. Forse altro con terra con miglior pletro. And I guess that's the first part of Don Quixote. Ah.
Oh, hold on, I'm gonna stretch real quick.
Let me just. Ah. Woo. Ah. Ah, that's better. Alright, now for a quick sip of water. Because as I recall, this one is a little bit on the shorter side, at least compared to the rest of the book. I was quite surprised at the girth of the fourth part. I was kind of anticipating it to be more in step with the other four parts, but I suppose maybe it was the amount of asides, I suppose I would call them, that it seemed a lot longer. Because let's see here, I think with just the fourth part alone, I mean we had the conclusion of Cardenio's and Dorothea's plot line, and then there was the tale of the captain, who then linked up with his brother, and then there was also the count. Another one of the star-crossed lovers thingamahoozes. And then let's see, what else was there? I'm sure I'll think of it. But anyway. Volume 2. Dedication of Volume 2 to the Count of Lemos. These days past, when sending your excellency my plays that had appeared in print before being shown on the stage, I said, if I remember well, that Don Quixote was putting on his spurs to go and render homage to your excellency. Now I say that with his spurs he is on his way. Should he reach his destination, methinks I shall have rendered some service to your excellency. As from many parts I am urged to send him off, so as to dispel the loathing and disgust caused by another Don Quixote, who, under the name of second part, has run masquerading through the whole world, and he has shown the greatest longing for him has been the great Emperor of China, who wrote me a letter in Chinese a month ago, and sent it by a special courier. He asked me, or to be truthful, he begged me to send him Don Quixote, for he intended to found a college where the Spanish tongue would be taught, and it was his wish that the book to be ready should be the history of Don Quixote. He also added that I should go and be the rector of this college. I asked the bearer if his majesty had afforded a sum in aid of my travel expenses. He answered, no, not even in thought. Then, brother, I replied, you can return to your China post-haste, or at whatever haste you are bound to go, for I am not fit for so long a travel. And besides, being ill, I am very much without money, while the emperor of emperors and monarch of monarchs I have at Naples the great Count of Lemos, who without so many petty titles of colleges and rectorships sustains me, protects me, and does me more favor than I can wish for. Thus I gave him his leave, and I beg from you, offering your excellency the Trabajos de Perseus y Sigismunda, a book I shall finish within 4 months, Dio volente, and which will be either the worst or the best that has been composed in our language. I mean of those intended for entertainment, at which I repent of having called it the worst, for in the opinion of friends it is bound to attain the summit of possible quality. May your excellency return in such health that it May your excellency return in such health that is wished you. Perseus will be ready to kiss your hand, and I your feet, being as I am your excellency's most humble servant. From Madrid, this last day of October, on the year 1615. At the servants of your excellency, Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. The author's preface. God bless me, gentle, or it may be plebeian reader. How eagerly must thou be looking forward to this preface, expecting to find there retaliation, scolding, and abuse against the author of the second Don Quixote. I mean him who was, they say, begotten at Tordesillas and born at Tarragona. Well, then, the truth is, I am not going to give thee that satisfaction, for though injuries stir up anger in humbler breasts, in mine the rule must admit of an exception. Thou wouldst have me call him ass, fool, and malapert, but I have no such intention. Let his offense be his punishment. With his bread let him eat it, and there's an end of it. What I cannot help taking amiss is that he charges me with being old and one-handed, and as if it had been in my power to keep time from passing over me, or as if the loss of my hand had been brought about in some tavern, and not on the grandest occasion the past or present has seen, or the future can hope to see. If my wounds have no beauty to the beholder's eye, they are at least honorable in the estimation of those who know how they were received. For the honor shows to greater advantage dead in battle than alive in flight, and so strongly is this my feeling, that if now it were proposed to perform an impossibility for me, I would rather have had my time in that mighty action than be free from my wounds this minute without having been present at it. Those the soldier shows on his face and breast are stars that direct others to the heaven of honor and ambition of merited praise. And moreover, it is to be observed that it is not with gray hairs that one writes, but with the understanding, and that commonly improves with years. I take it amiss, too, that he calls me envious, and explains to me as if I were ignorant what envy is, for really and truly of the two kinds there are, I only know that which is holy, noble, and high-minded. And if that be so, as it is, I am not likely to attack a priest, above all if in addition he holds the rank of familiar of the holy office. And if he said that he did on account of him whose behalf it seems he spoke, he is entirely mistaken, for I worship the genius of that person, and admire his words, and his unceasing and strenuous industry. After all, I am grateful to this gentleman, the author, for saying that my novels are more satirical than exemplary, and that they are good. For they could not be that unless there was a little of everything in them. I suspect thou wilt say that I am taking a very humble line, and keeping myself too much within the bounds of my moderation, from a feeling that additional suffering should not be inflicted upon a sufferer, but that what this gentleman has to endure must doubtless be very great, as he does not dare to come out into the open field in broad daylight, but hides his name and disguises his country as if he had been guilty of some less majesty. If perchance thou shouldst come to know him, tell him from me that I do not hold myself aggrieved, for I know well what the temptations of the devil are, and that one of the greatest is putting it into a man's head that he can write and print a book by which he will get as much fame as money, and as much money as fame. And to prove it, I will beg of you, in your own sprightly, pleasant way, to tell him this story. There was a madman in Seville who took to one of the drollest absurdities and vagaries that ever madman in the world gave way to. In this he made a tube of a reed sharp at one end, and catching a dog in the street, or wherever it might be, he with his foot held one of its legs fast, and with his hand lifted up the other, and as best he could fixed the tube by blowing. He made the dog as round as a ball. Then, holding it in this position, he gave it a couple of slaps on the belly, and let it go, saying to bystanders, and there were always plenty of them, "Do your worships think now that it is an easy thing to blow up a dog? Does your worship think now that it is an easy thing to write a book?" And if this story does not suit him, you may, dear reader, tell him this one, which is likewise of a madman and a dog. In Cordova there was another madman, whose way it was to carry a piece of marble slab or a stone, not of the lightest, on his head, and when he came upon any unwary dog, he used to draw close to him and let the weight fall right on top of him, on which the dog in a rage, barking and howling, would run 3 streets without stopping. It so happened, however, one of these dogs he discharged his load upon was a cap-maker's dog, of which his master was very fond. The stone came down, hitting it on the head. The dog raised a yell at the blow, and the master saw the affair and was wroth, snatching up a measuring yard, rushed out to the madman and did not leave a sound bone in his body. And at every stroke he gave him, he said, "You dog! You thief! My lurcher! Don't you see, my brute, that my dog is a lurcher?" And so, repeating the word lurcher again and again, he sent the madman away beaten to a jelly. The madman took the lesson to heart and vanished for more than a month, never once showed himself in public. But after that he came out again with his old trick and a heavier load than ever. He came up to where there was a dog, and exclaiming it very carefully without venturing to let the stone fall, he said, "This is a lurcher ware." In short, all the dogs he came across, be they mastiffs or terriers, he said were lurchers. He discharged no more stones. Maybe it will be the same with this historian, that he will not venture another time to discharge the weight of his wit in books, which, being bad, are harder than stones. Tell him, too, that I do not care a farthing for the threat he holds out to me of depriving me of my profit by means of his book. To borrow from the famous interlude of the Perendenga, I say in answer to him, long life to my lord in 24, and Christ be with us all. Long life to the great Conde de Lemos, whose Christian charity and well-known generosity support me against all the strokes of my cursed fortune. And long life to the supreme benevolence of his eminence of Toledo, Don Bernardo de Sandoval y Royas. Yeah. And what matter if there be no printing press in the world, or if they print more books against me than there are letters in the verses of Mingo Revulgo? These two princes, unsought by any adulation or flattery of mine, of their own goodness alone, have taken it upon them to show me a kindness and protect me, and in this I consider myself happier and richer than if fortune had raised me to her greatest height in the ordinary way. Oh. The poor man may retain honor, but not the vicious. Poverty may cast a cloud over nobility, but cannot hide it altogether. And as virtue of itself sheds a certain light, even though it be through the straits and chinks of penury, it wins the esteem of lofty and noble spirits, and in consequence their protection. Thou needst say no more to him, nor will I say anything more to thee, save to tell thee to bear in mind that this second part of Don Quixote, which I offer thee, is cut by the same craftsman, and from the same cloth as the first, and that in it I present thee Don Quixote continued, and at length dead and buried, so that no one may dare to bring forward any further evidence against him, for that already produced is sufficient, and suffice it too, that some reputable person should have given an account of all these shrewd lunacies of his without going into the matter again, for abundance, even of good things, prevents them from being valued, and scarcity, even in the case of what is bad, confers a certain value. I was forgetting to tell thee that thou mayest expect the Perseus, which I am now finishing, and also the second part of Galatea. Now I do need to see what is penury. Color me curious. Penury is extreme poverty or destitution. The example sentence is, he died in a state of virtual penury. Fascinating. Is there anything else here? What is a lurcher, anyhow? I see. A lurcher is a crossbreed dog resulting from a greyhound and some type of terrier. I get it. That's probably why they're also called lurchers, because they're, you know, I'm familiar with the stride of a greyhound. Man, it's been a hot minute since I've seen a greyhound, though. Either the dog or the bus. Alright, now let me see here. Hold on, I'm gonna need to grab a quick sip of water. Chapter 1 of the interview the curate and the barber had with Don Quixote about his malady. Cid Hamete Benengeli, in the second part of this history and third sally of Don Quixote, says that the curate and the barber remained nearly a month without seeing him, lest they should recall or bring back to his recollection what had taken place. They did not, however, omit to visit his niece and housekeeper, and charge them to be careful to treat him with attention, and give him comforting things to eat, and such as were good for the heart and the brain, whence it was plain to see all his misfortune proceeded. The niece and housekeeper replied that they did so, and meant to do so with all possible care and assiduity, for they could perceive that their master was now and then beginning to show signs of being in his right mind. This gave great satisfaction to the curate and the barber, for they concluded they had taken the right course in carrying him off enchanted on the ox cart, and as has been described in the first part of this great as well as accurate history in the last chapter thereof. So they resolved to pay him a visit to test the improvement in his condition, although they thought it almost impossible that there could be any, and they agreed not to touch upon any point connected with knight-errantry, so as not to run the risk of reopening wounds which were still so tender. They came to see him consequently, and found him sitting up in bed in a green beige? Hold on. I don't know what a... beige? I see. It's a type of coarse green woolen material resembling felt, especially used for covering pool, snooker, or billiard tables. I'll be perfectly honest, I don't know what a snooker is. Oh, I see, it's just played with a bunch of red balls. Anyway, never heard of it. Things to look into later. Now, where was I? But wait, no, I didn't actually see how it was pronounced. Son of a horse. Oh, it's just beige. Okay. In a beige waistcoat and a red Toledo cap, and so withered and dried up that he looked as if he had been turned into a mummy. They were very cordially received by him, and they asked him after his health, and he talked to them about himself very naturally and in very well-chosen language. In the course of their conversation, they fell to discussing what they called statecraft and systems of government, correcting this abuse and condemning that, reforming one practice and abolishing another. Pardon me. Each of the three setting up for a new legislator, a modern Lycurgus, or a brand new Solon. And so completely did they remodel the state, they seemed to have thrust it into a furnace, and taken out something quite different from what they had put in. And on all the subjects they dealt with, Don Quixote spoke with such good sense that the pair of examiners were fully convinced that he was quite recovered and in his full senses. The niece and housekeeper were present at the conversation, and could not find words enough to express their thanks to God at seeing their master so clear in his mind. The curate, however, changing his original plan, was to avoid touching upon matters of chivalry, resolved to test Don Quixote's recovery thoroughly, and see whether it was genuine or not, and so from one subject to another he came at last to talk of the news that had come from the capital, and among other things he said it was considered certain that the Turk was coming down with a powerful fleet, and no one knew what his purpose was, or when that great storm would burst, and that all Christendom was in apprehension of this, which almost every year calls us to arms, and that his Majesty had made provision for the security of the coasts of Naples and Sicily and the Isle of Malta. To this Don Quixote replied, His Majesty has acted like a prudent warrior in providing for the safety of his realms in time, so that the enemy may not find him unprepared, but if my advice were taken, I would recommend him to adopt a measure at which present no doubt his Majesty is very far from thinking of. The moment the curate heard this, he said to himself, God keep thee in his hand, poor Don Quixote, for it seems to me thou art precipitating thyself from the height of thy madness into the profound abyss of thy simplicity. But the barber, who had the same suspicion as the curate, asked Don Quixote what would be his advice as to the measures he said ought to be adopted, for perhaps it might prove to be one that would have to be added to the list of many impertinent suggestions that people were in the habit of offering to princes. Mine, Master Shaver, said Don Quixote, will not be impertinent, but on the contrary, pertinent. I don't mean that, said the barber, but that experience has shown that all or most of the expedients which are proposed to his majesty are either impossible or absurd or injurious to the king and to the kingdom. Of mine, however, replied Don Quixote, is neither impossible nor absurd, but the easiest, the most reasonable, the readiest, and most expeditious that could suggest itself to any projector's mind. You take a long time to tell it, Señor Don Quixote, said the curate. I don't choose to tell it here, now, said Don Quixote, and have it reach the ears of the lords of the council tomorrow morning, and some other carry off the thanks and rewards for my trouble. Of my trouble, excuse me. For my part, said the barber, I give my word here and before God that I will not repeat what your worship says to king, rook, or earthly man. An oath I learned from the ballad of the curate, who, in the prelude, told the king of the thief who had robbed him of the 100 gold crowns and his pacing mule. I am not versed in stories, said Don Quixote, but I know the oath is a good one, because I know the barber to be an honest fellow. Well, even if he were not, said the curate, I will go bail and answer for him that in this matter he will be as silent as a dummy, under pain of paying any penalty that may be pronounced. And who will be security for you, Señor Curate? Said Don Quixote. My profession, replied the curate, which is to keep secrets. Odd's body, said Don Quixote at this. What more has his majesty to do but to command by public proclamation all the knights-errant that are scattered over Spain to assemble on a fixed day in the capital? For even if no more than half a dozen come, there may be one among them who alone will suffice to destroy the entire might of the Turk. Give me your attention and follow me. Is it, pray, any new thing for a single knight-errant to demolish an army of 200,000 men, as if they all had but one throat or were made of sugar paste? Nay, tell me, how many histories are there filled with these marvels? If only, if an evil hour for me, I don't speak for anyone else, the famous Don Belianis were alive now, or any of the innumerable progeny of Amadeus of Gaul. If any of these were alive today, and were to come face to face with the Turk, by my faith, I would not give much for the Turk's chance. But God will have regard for his people, and will provide someone who, if not so valiant as the knights-errant of yore, will at least will not be inferior to them in spirit. But God knows what I mean, and I say no more. Alas, exclaimed the niece. At this, may I die if my master does not want to turn knight-errant again, to which Don Quixote replied, a knight-errant I shall die, and let the Turk come down or go up when he likes, and in as strong a force as he can. Once more I say, God knows what I mean. But here the barber said, I ask your worships to give me leave to tell a short story of something that happened in Seville, which comes to pat to the purpose just now. I should like greatly to tell it. Don Quixote gave him leave, and the rest prepared to listen, and he began thus. In the madhouse at Seville there was a man whom his relations had placed there as being out of his mind. He was a graduate of Osuna in canon law, but even if he had been of Salamanca, it was the opinion of most people that he would have been mad all the same. This gratitude, after some years of confinement, took it into his head that he was sane, and in his full senses, and under this impression wrote to the Archbishop, entreating him earnestly, and in very correct language, to have him released from the misery in which he was living. For by God's mercy he had now recovered his lost reason, though his relations, in order to enjoy his property, kept him there, and, in spite of the truth, would make him out to be mad until his dying day. The Archbishop, moved by repeated, sensible, well-written letters, directed one of his chaplains to make inquiry of the madhouse as to the truth of the licentiate's statements, and to have an interview with the madman himself, and if it should appear that he was in his senses, to take him out and restore him to liberty. The chaplain did so, and the governor assured him that the man was still mad, and that, though he often spoke like a highly intelligent person, he would in the end break out into nonsense that in quantity and quality counterbalanced all the sensible things he had said before, as might be easily tested by talking to him. The chaplain resolved to try the experiment, and obtaining access to the madman, conversed with him for an hour or more, during the whole of which he never uttered a word that was incoherent or absurd, but, on the contrary, spoke so rationally that the chaplain was compelled to believe him to be sane. Among other things, he said the governor was against him, and not to lose the presence his relations had made him of reporting him still mad but with lucid intervals, and that the worst foe he had in his misfortune was his large property, for in order to enjoy it his enemies disparaged and threw doubts upon the mercy our Lord had shown him in turning him from a brute beast into a man. In short, he spoke in such a way that he cast suspicion on the governor, and made his relations appear covetous and heartless, and himself so rational that the chaplain determined to take him away with him, that the archbishop might see him, and ascertain for himself the truth of the matter. Yielding to this conviction, the worthy chaplain begged the governor to have the clothes in which the licentiate had entered the house given to him. The governor again bade him beware of what he was doing, as the licentiate was beyond a doubt still mad, but all his cautions and warnings were unavailing to dissuade the chaplain from taking him away. The governor, seeing that it was the order of the archbishop, obeyed, and they dressed the licentiate in his own clothes, which were new and decent. He, as soon as he saw himself clothed like one in his senses, and divested of the appearance of a madman, entreated the chaplain to permit him in charity to go and take leave of his comrades the madmen. The chaplain said he would go with him to see what madmen there were in the house. So they went upstairs, and with them some of those who were present. Approaching a cage in which there was a furious madman, though just at that moment calm and quiet, the licentiate said to him, "Brother, think if you have any commands of me, for I am going home, as God has been pleased in his infinite goodness and mercy, without any merit of mine, to restore me to my reason. I am now cured and in my senses, for with God's power nothing is impossible, having strong hope and trust in him, for as he has restored me to my original condition, so likewise he will restore you if you trust in him. I will take care to send you some good things to eat, and be sure you eat them, for I would have you know I am convinced, as one who has gone through it, that all this madness of ours comes from having the empty stomach and the brains full of wind. Take courage, for despondency and misfortune breaks down health and brings on death." To all these words of the licentiate, another madman in a cage opposite of the furious one was listening, and raising himself up from an old mat on which he lay stark naked, he asked in a loud voice who it was that was going away cured and in his senses. The licentiate answered, "It is I, brother, who am going. I have now no need to remain here any longer, for which I return infinite thanks to heaven that has had so great mercy upon me." "Mind what you are saying, licentiate. Don't let the devil deceive you," replied the madman. "Keep quiet, stay where you are, and you will save yourself the trouble of coming back." "I know I am cured," replied the licentiate, "and that I shall not have to go stations again." "You cured?" said the madman. "Well, we shall see. God be with you, but I swear to you by Jupiter, whose majesty I represent on earth, that for this crime alone, which Seville is committing today in releasing you from this house, and treating you as if you were in your senses, I shall have to inflict such a punishment on it as will be remembered for ages and ages. Amen. Dost thou not know, thou miserable little licentiate, that I can do it, being, as I say, Jupiter the Thunderer, who hold in my hands the fiery bolts, with which I am able and am wont to threaten and lay waste the world? But in one way only I will punish this ignorant town, and that is by not raining upon it, nor on any part of its district or territory for 3 whole years, to be reckoned from the day and moment when this threat is pronounced. Thou free, thou cured, thou in thy senses, and I mad, I disordered, and I bound. I will as soon think of sending rain as of hanging myself. Whoops, I went the wrong way. Those present stood listening to the words and exclamations of the madman, but our licentiate, turning to the chaplain, and seizing him by the hands, said to him, "Be not easy, signor. Attach no importance to what this madman says, For if he is Jupiter, who will not send rain, I, who am Neptune, the father and god of the waters, will rain as often as it pleases me, and may it be needful." The governor and the bystanders laughed, and at their laughter the chaplain was half ashamed, and he replied, "For all that, Signor Neptune, it will not do to vex Signor Jupiter. Remain where you are, and some other day, when there is better opportunity and more time, we will come back for you." And so they stripped the licentiate, and he was left where he was, and that's the end of the story. "So that's the story, Master Barber," said Don Quixote, "which came in so pat to the purpose you could not help telling it. Master Shaver, how blind is he who cannot see through a sieve? Or through a sieve. I think it's a sieve. Whatever. Is it possible that you do not know that companions of wit with wit, valor with valor, beauty with beauty, birth with birth, are always odious and unwelcome? I, Master Barber, am not Neptune, the god of the waters, nor do I try to make anyone take me for an astute man, for I am not one. My only endeavor is to convince the world of the mistake it makes in not reviving itself the happy time. Makes in not reviving in itself the happy time when the order of knight-errantry was in the field. But our depraved age does not deserve to enjoy such a blessing as those ages enjoyed when knights-errant took upon their shoulders the defense of kingdoms, the protections of damsels, the succor of orphans and minors, the chastisement of the proud, and the recompense of the humble. With the knights of these days, for the most part, it is the damask, brocade, and rich stuffs they wear that rustle as they go, not the chainmail of their armor. No knights nowadays sleeps in the open fields, exposed to the inclemency of heaven. And in full panoply from head to foot, no one now takes a nap, as they call it, without drawing his feet out of the stirrups, and leaning upon his lance, as the knight-errants used to do. Oh dear. No one now issuing from the wood penetrates yonder mountains, and then treads the barren, lonely shore of the sea, mostly a tempestuous and stormy one, and finding on the beach a little bark without oars, sail, mast, or tackling of any kind, in the intrepidity of his heart flings himself into it, and commits himself to the wrathful billows of the deep sea, that one moment lift him up to heaven, and the next plunge him into the depths, and exposing his breast to the irresistible gale, finds himself, when he least expects it, 3,000 leagues and more away from the place where he embarked, and leaping ashore in a remote, unknown land, has adventures that deserve to be written, not on parchment, but on brass. But now sloth triumphs over energy, indolence over exertion, vice over virtue, arrogance over courage, and theory over practice in arms, which flourished and shone only in the golden ages and in knights-errant. For tell me, who was more virtuous, more valiant than the famous Amadeus of Gaul? Who was more discreet than Palmerin of England? Who was more gracious and easy than Tirante el Blanco? Who more courtly than Lisuart of Greece? Who more slashed or slashing than Don Belianus? Who more intrepid than Perion of Gaul? Who more ready to face danger than Felix Marte of Hyrcania? Who more sincere than Esplandian? Who more impetuous than Don Cirongilio? Yeah. Who more impetuous than Don Cirongilio of Thrace? Who more bold than Rodemonte? Who more prudent than King Sobrino? Who more daring than Reynaldos? Who more invincible than Roland? And who more gallant and courteous than Ruggiero? For from whom the Dukes of Ferrara of the present days are descended, according to Turpin in his Cosmography. All these knights, and many more that I could name, Signor Curate, were knights-errant, the light and glory of chivalry. These, or such as these, I would have to carry out my plan, and in that case his Majesty would find himself well served, and would save great expense, and the Turk would be left tearing his beard. And so I will stay where I am, as the chaplain does not take me away, and if Jupiter, as the barber told us, will not send rain, here I am, and I will reign where I please. I say that Master Basin may understand, may know that I understand him." "Indeed, Signor Don Quixote," said the barber, "I did not mean it that way, and so help me God, my intention was good, and your worship ought not to be vexed." "As to whether I ought to be vexed or not," returned Don Quixote, "I myself am the best judge." Hereupon the curate observed, "I have hardly said a word as yet, and I would gladly be relieved of a doubt arising from what Don Quixote has said, that worries and works my conscience." "The senior curate has leave for more than that," returned Don Quixote, "so he may declare his doubt, for it is not pleasant to have a doubt on one's conscience." "Well, then, with that permission," said the curate, "I say my doubt is that you, all I can do, I cannot persuade myself that the whole pack of knights-errant you, Signor Don Quixote, have mentioned, were really and truly persons of flesh and blood, that ever lived in the world. On the contrary, I suspect it all to be fiction, fable, and falsehood, and dreams told by men awakened from sleep, or rather still half asleep." "That is another mistake," replied Don Quixote, "to which many have fallen, who do not believe that there ever were such knights in the world, and I have often, with divers people and on divers occasions, tried to expose this almost universal error to the light of truth. Sometimes I have not been successful in my purpose, sometimes I have, supporting it with the shoulders of the truth, which truth is so clear that I can almost say I have with my own eyes seen Amadis of Gaul, who was a man of lofty stature, fair complexion, with a handsome though black beard, of a countenance between gentle and stern in expression, sparing of words, slow to anger, and quick to put it away from him. As I have depicted Amadis, so I could, I think, portray and describe all the knights-errant that are in all the histories in the world, for by the perception I have that they were what their histories describe, and by the deeds they did and the dispositions they displayed, it is possible, with the aid of sound philosophy, to deduce their features, complexions, and stature." "How big, in your worship's opinion, may the giant Morgante have been, Signor Don Quixote?" asked the barber. "With regards to giants," replied Don Quixote, "opinions differ as to whether there ever were any or not in this world. But the Holy Scripture, which cannot err by a jot from the truth, shows us that there were, when it gives us the history of that big Philistine Goliath, who was 7 cubits and a half in height, which is a huge size. Likewise, in the island of Sicily, there have been found leg bones and arm bones so large that their size makes it plain that their owners were giants, and as tall as great towers. Geometry puts this fact beyond a doubt. But for all that, I cannot speak with certainty as to the size of Morgante, though I suspect he cannot have been very tall, and I am inclined to be of this opinion because I find in the history, in which his deeds are particularly mentioned, that he frequently slept under a roof, and as he found houses to contain him, it is clear that his bulk could not have been anything excessive." "Oh, that is true," said the curate, and yielding to the enjoyment of hearing such nonsense, he asked him what his notion of the features of Reynaldos of Montalban, and Don Roland, and the rest of the 12 peers of France, for they were all knights-errant. "As for Reynaldos," replied Don Quixote, "I venture to say that he was broad-faced, of ruddy complexion, with roguish and somewhat prominent eyes, excessively punctilious, and touchy, and given to the society of thieves and scapegraces. And with regard to Roland, or Rotolando, or Orlando, for the histories call him by all these names, I am of opinion, and hold, that he was of middle height, broad-shouldered, rather bow-legged, swarthy complexioned, red-bearded, with a hairy body, and a severe expression of countenance, a man of few words, but very polite and well-bred." "If Roland was not a more graceful person than your worship had described," said the curate, "it is no wonder that the fair Lady Angelica rejected him and left him for the gaiety, liveliness, and grace of that budding, bearded little Moor to whom she surrendered herself. And she showed her sense in falling in love with the gentle softness of Medoro, rather than the roughness of Roland." "That Angelica, Signor Curate," returned Don Quixote, "was a giddy damsel, flighty and somewhat wanton. and she left the world as full of her vagaries as of the fame of her beauty. She treated with scorn 1,000 gentlemen, men of valor and wisdom, and took up with a smooth-faced sprig of a page, without fortune or fame, except such reputation for gratitude as the affection he bore his friend got for him. The great poet who sang of her beauty, the famous Ariosto, not caring to sing her adventures after her contemptible surrender, which probably were not over and above creditable, dropped her where he says, how she received the scepter of Cathay, some bard of defter quill may sing some day. And this was no doubt a kind of prophecy, for poets are also called vates, that is to say, diviners, and its truth was made plain, for since then a famous Andalusian poet has lamented and sung her tears, and another famous and rare poet, a Castilian, has sung her beauty. Tell me, Signor Don Quixote, said the barber here, among all those who praised her, has there been no poet to write a satire of this Lady Angelica? I can well believe, replied Don Quixote, that if Scarpante or Roland had been poets, they would have given the damsel a trimming, for it is naturally the way with poets who have been scorned or rejected by their ladies, whether fictitious or not, in short, by those whom they select as the ladies of their thoughts, to avenge themselves in satires and libels, a vengeance, to be sure, unworthy of generous hearts, but up to the present I have not heard of any defamatory verse against the Lady Angelica, who turned the world upside down. Strange, said the curate, but at this moment they heard the housekeeper and the niece, who had previously withdrawn from the conversation, exclaiming aloud in the courtyard, and at the noise they all ran out. All right, I'm gonna take a quick 10-minute break. I'm gonna go grab a snack and do some stretches and grab some water. I'll be right back in about 10 odd minutes. So I'm gonna flick to BRB and hope it all works. Go get some snacks. Perhaps a carbonated soda. Okie dokie. I have returned. I've had my snack. I have done my stretches. And it is high time to get back to it. Actually, I might have another little sip of water just in case. Yes. That is down there. I think it's part of my sound alerts. Fascinating. Well, I'll just leave that there for now. But anyhow. Hi. Chapter 2, which treats of the notable altercation which Sancho Panza had with Don Quixote's niece and housekeeper, together with other droll matters. The history relates that the outcry Don Quixote, the curate, and the barber heard came from the niece and the housekeeper, exclaiming to Sancho, who was striving to force his way in to see Don Quixote while they held the door against him, "What does this vagabond want in his house? Be off to your own brother, for it is you and no one else that elude my master and lead him astray, and make him tramping about the country." To which Sancho replied, "Devil's own housekeeper, it is I who am deluded and led astray and taken trampling across the country, and not thy master. He has carried me all over the world, and you are mightily mistaken. He has enticed me away from home by a trick, promising me an island, which I am still waiting for." May evil islands choke thee, thou detestable Sancho," said the niece. "What are islands? Is it something to eat, glutton or gourmandizer that thou art?" "It is not something to eat," replied Sancho, "but something to govern and rule, better than 4 cities or 4 judgeships at court. For all that," said the housekeeper, "you don't enter here, you bag of mischief and sack of knavery. Go govern your house and dig your seed patch, and give over looking for islands or shylands." The curate and the barber listened with great amusement to the words of the 3, but Don Quixote, uneasy lest Sancho should blab and blurt out a whole heap of mischievous stupidities, and touch upon points that might not be altogether to his credit, called to him and made the other 2 hold their tongues and let him come in. Sancho entered, and the curate and the barber took their leave of Don Quixote, of whose recovery they despaired when they saw how wedded he was to his crazy ideas, and how saturated with the nonsense of his unlucky chivalry, and said, the curate to the barber, "You will see, gossip, that when we are least thinking of it, our gentleman will be off once more for another flight." "I have no doubt of it," returned the barber, "but I do not wonder so much at the madness of the knight as at the simplicity of the squire, who has such a firm belief in all that about the island, that I suppose all the exposures that could be imagined would not get it out of his head." "God help them," said the curate, "and let us be on the lookout to see what comes of all these absurdities of the knight and squire, for it seems as if they had both been cast in the same mould, and the madness of the master without the simplicity of the man would not be worth a farthing." "That is true," said the barber, "and I should like very much to know what the pair are talking about at this moment." "I promise you," said the curate, "the niece or housekeeper will tell us by and by, for they are not ones to forget to listen. Meanwhile, Don Quixote shut himself up in his room with Sancho, and when they were alone he said to him, "It grieves me greatly, Sancho, that thou shouldst have said, and sayest, that I took thee out of thy cottage, when thou knowest I did not remain in my house. We sallied forth together, we took the road together, we wandered abroad together. We have made the same fortune and the same luck. If they blanketed thee once, they belabored me 100 times, and that is the only advantage I have of thee." "That was only reasonable," replied Sancho, "for, by what your worship says, misfortunes belong more properly to knights errant than to their squires." "Well, thou art mistaken, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "according to the maxim, quando caput dolet, etc." Quando caput dolet. Let's see here. Quando caput dolet. Let's see here. Mistaken. I don't actually. When the head aches, other members will also ache. I see. Or rather, when the head aches. And then there's Cetera membra dolent, which I'm going to assume is more Latin. But like I said, it's out of my wheelhouse. It would be more my good pal Goose. And again, though, I believe his forte is in Greek rather than. So I think he can parse out both. But either way. I don't understand any language but my own, said Sancho. I mean to say, said Don Quixote, that when the head suffers, all the members suffer. And so, being thy lord and master, I am thy head, and thou a part of me as thou art my servant. Therefore, any evil that affects or shall affect me should give thee pain, and what affects thee give pain to me. I see, and then it explains it in the next. I went off on my little tangent for nothing. It should be so, said Sancho, but when I was blanketed as a member, my head was on the other side of the wall, looking on as I was flying through the air, and did not feel any pain whatever, and if the members are obliged to feel the suffering of the head, it should be obliged to feel their sufferings. Dost thou mean to say now, Sancho, said Don Quixote, that I did not feel when they were blanketing thee? If thou dost, thou must not say or think so, for I felt more pain than in spirit than thou didst in body. But let us put that aside for the present, for we shall have opportunities enough for considering and settling the point. Tell me, Sancho, my friend, what do they say about me in the village here? What do the common people think of me? What do the hidalgos? What do the caballeros? What do they say of my valor, of my achievements, of my courtesy? How do they treat the task I have undertaken in reviving and restoring to the world the now forgotten order of chivalry? In short, Sancho, I would have thee tell me all that have come to thine ears on this subject, and thou art to tell me without adding anything to the good or taking away anything from the bad, for it is the duty of loyal vassals to tell the truth to their lords, just as it is and in its proper shape, not allowing flattery to add to it, or any idle deference to lessen it. I would have thee know, Sancho, that if the naked truth, undisguised by flattery, came to the ears of princes, times would be different, and other ages would be reckoned iron ages more than ours, which I hold to be the golden of these latter days. Profit by this advice, Sancho, and report to me clearly and faithfully of what thou knowest touching what I have demanded of thee. That I will do with all my heart, master, replied Sancho, provided your worship will not be vexed at what I say, as you wish me to say it out in all its nakedness without putting any more clothes on it than it came to my knowledge in. I shall not be vexed at all, returned Don Quixote. Thou mayest speak freely, Sancho, and without any beating about the bush. Well then, said he, first of all, I have to tell you that the common people consider your worship a mighty great madman, and me no less a fool. The hidalgos say that, not keeping within the bounds of your quality of gentleman, you have assumed the dawn and made a knight of yourself at a jump, with 4 vine stalks and a couple of acres of land, and never a shirt to your back. The caballeros say that they do not want to have hidalgos setting up in opposition to them, particularly squire hidalgos, who polish their own shoes and darn their black stockings with green silk. That, said Don Quixote, does not apply to me, for I always go well dressed and never patched. Ragged I may be, but ragged more from the wear and tear of arms than of time. As to your worship's valor, courtesy, accomplishments, and tasks, there is a variety of opinions. Some say mad but droll, others valiant but unlucky, others courteous but meddling, and then they go into such a number of things that they don't leave a whole bone either in your worship or in myself. Recollect, Sancho, said Don Quixote, that whether virtue exists in an eminent degree, it is persecuted. Few or none of the famous men that have lived escaped being calumniated by malice. Julius Caesar, the boldest, wisest, and bravest of captains, was charged with being ambitious, and not particularly cleanly in his dress or pure in his morals. Of Alexander, whose deeds won him who won him the name of great, they say he was somewhat of a drunkard. Of Hercules, him of the many labors, it is said that he was lewd and luxurious. Of Don Galaor, the brother of Amadeus of Gaul, it was whispered that he was over-quarrelsome, and of his brother that he was lachrymose. So that, O Sancho, amongst all these calumnies, we'll say, against good men, mine may be let pass, since they are no more than thou hast said. That's just where it is, body of my father. Is there more, then? Asked Don Quixote. There's the tail to be skinned yet, said Sancho. All so far is cakes and fancy bread, but if your worship wants to know all about the calumnies they bring against you, I will fetch you one this instant, who can tell you the whole of them without missing an atom. For last night, the son of Bartholomew Carrasco, who has been studying at Salamanca, came home after having been made a bachelor, and when I went to welcome him, he told me of your worship's history is already abroad in books, with the title of the ingenious gentleman Don Quixote of La Mancha, and he says they mention me in it by my own name of Sancho Panza, and the lady Dulcinea del Toboso too, and divers things that happened to us when we were alone, so that I crossed myself in my wonder how the historian who wrote them down could have known them. I promise thee, Sancho, said Don Quixote, the author of our history will be some sage enchanter, for which there is nothing that they choose to write about is hidden. What? Said Sancho, a sage and an enchanter? Why, the bachelor Samson Carrasco, that is the name of him I spoke of, says the author of the history is called Cide Hamete Berengena. Well, that is a Moorish name, said Don Quixote. May be so, replied Sancho, for I have heard say that the Moors are mostly great lovers of Berengenas. You know what, actually, hold on. Yeah. Come here, you. Eggplant. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Oh no, that's too much. Because apparently it's a similar to the aubergine. Yeah, but what does his name mean? Alright, hold on. Let me see here. Ah, Sir Hamed Eggplant. Fascinating. Anyhow. Where was it? Thou must have been mistaken with the surname of this seed, which in Arabic means lord, Sancho, observed Don Quixote. Very likely, replied Sancho, but if your worship wishes me to fetch the bachelor, I will go for him in a twinkling. Thou wilt do me a great pleasure, my friend, said Don Quixote, for what thou hast told me has amazed me, and I shall not eat a morsel of that will agree with me until I have heard all about it. Then I am off for him, said Sancho, and leaving his master, he went in quest of the bachelor, with whom he returned in a short time, and all three together they had a very droll colloquy, maybe. Chapter 3 of the laughable conversation that passed between Don Quixote, Sancho Panza, and the bachelor Samson Carrasco. Don Quixote remained very deep in thought, waiting for the bachelor Carrasco, from whom he was to hear how he himself had been put into a book, as Sancho said, and he could not persuade himself that any such history could be in existence, for the blood of the enemies he had slain was not yet dry on the blade of his sword, and now they wanted to make out that his mighty achievements were going about in print. For all that, he fancied some sage, either an enemy or a friend, might, by the aid of magic, have given them to the press. If a friend, in order to magnify and exalt them above the most famous ever achieved by any knight-errant; if an enemy, to bring them to naught and degrade them below the meanest ever recorded of any low squire, though, as he said to himself, the achievements of squires never were recorded. If, however, it were the fact that such a history were in existence, it must be necessary, being the story of a knight-errant, be grandiloquent, lofty, imposing, grand, and true. With this he comforted himself somewhat, though it made him uncomfortable to think that the author was a Moor, judging by the title of Seed, and that there was no truth was to be looked for from Moors, for as they are all impostors, cheats, and schemers. He was afraid he might have dealt with his love affairs in some indecorous fashion that might tend to the discredit and prejudice of the purity of his lady Dulcinea del Toboso. He would have had him set forth the fidelity and respect he had always observed towards her, spurning queens, empresses, and damsels of all sorts, and keeping in check the impetuosity of his natural impulses. Absorbed and wrapped up in these and divers other cogitations, he was found by Sancho and Carrasco, whom Don Quixote received with great courtesy. The bachelor, though he was called Samson, was of no great bodily size, but he was a very great wag. He was of a sallow complexion, but very sharp-witted. Somewhat about 24 years of age, with a round face, a flat nose, and a large mouth, all indications of a mischievous disposition, and a love of fun and jokes. And of this he gave a sample as soon as he saw Don Quixote, by falling on his knees before him and saying, "Let me kiss your mightiness's hand, Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha, for by the habit of St. Peter that I wear, though I have no more than the first 4 orders, your worship is one of the most famous knights-errant that have ever been, or will be, all the world over. A blessing on Cid Hamante Benengeli, who has written the history of your great deeds, and a double blessing on that connoisseur who took the trouble of having it translated out of the Arabic into our Castilian vulgar tongue for the universal entertainment of the people." Don Quixote made him rise, and said, "So then, is it true that there is a history of me, and that it was a Moor and a sage who wrote it?" "So true it is, Señor," said Samson, "that my belief is there are more than 12,000 volumes of the said history in print this very day. Only ask Portugal, Barcelona, and Valencia, where they have been printed. And moreover, there is a report that they are being printed at Antwerp, and I am persuaded that there will not be a country or language in which there will not be a translation of it." Antwerp. Antwerp, Antwerp, Antwerp. There is Antwerp. Is that Dutch? I want to say that's Dutch. You know what? Hold on. Antwerp. Oh, no, it's Belgium. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make that mistake. It's Belgian. It's Belgian. They don't like it when you get those two confused. I suppose, though, Flanders is usually... Yeah, okay, that's what I'm thinking of. It's like comparing Germans to Belgians, or the Dutch to Belgians. Or, heaven forbid, Normans to... the English? Yeah. Anyway. Where was I? Ah, yes, Antwerp. One of the things, here observed Don Quixote, that ought to give most pleasure to a virtuous and eminent man is to find myself in his lifetime in print and in type, familiar in people's mouths with a good name. I say with a good name, for if it be the opposite, then there is no death to be compared to it. If it goes by good name and fame, if If it goes by good name and fame, said the bachelor, your worship alone bears away the palm from all the knights errant, for the Moor in his own language, and the Christian in his, have taken care to set before us your gallantry, your high courage in encountering dangers, your fortitude in adversity, your patience under misfortune, as well as wounds, the purity and continence of the platonic loves of your worship, and my lady Donna del Sunia del Toboso. I have never heard my lady Dulcinea called Donna, observed Sancho here. Nothing more than the lady Dulcinea del Toboso, so here already the history is wrong. That is not an object of any importance, replied Carrasco. Well, certainly not, said Don Quixote. But tell me, Signor Bachelor, what deeds of mine are they that they are made most of this history? In this history. On that point, replied the bachelor, opinions differ as tastes do. Some swear by the adventure of the windmills that your worship took, the Briareus and giants. Others by that of the fulling mills. One cries of the description of the two animals that afterwards took the appearance of two droves of sheep. Another of that dead body on its way to be buried at Segovia. A third says the liberation of the galley slaves is the best of all. And a fourth says that nothing comes up to the affair with the Benedictine giants and the battle with the valiant Biscayan. Tell me, Signor Bachelor, said Sancho at this point, does the adventure with the Yanguas come in when our good Rocinante went hankering after dainties? The sage left nothing in the ink bottle, replied Samson. He tells all and sets down everything, even to the capers that worthy Sancho cut in the blanket. I cut no capers in the blanket, returned Sancho. In the air I did, and more of them than I liked. There is no human history in the world, I suppose, said Don Quixote, that has not its ups and downs, but more than others such a deal of chivalry, for they can never be entirely made up of prosperous adventures. For all that, replied the bachelor. For all that, replied the bachelor, there are those who have read the history who say that it would have been glad if the author had left out some of the countless cudgellings that were inflicted on Signor Don Quixote in various encounters. That's where the truth of the history comes in, said Sancho. At the same time, they might fairly have passed them over in silence, observed Don Quixote, for there is no need of recording events which do not change or affect the truth of a history, if they tend to bring the hero out of it into contempt. Aeneas was not in truth and earnest so pious as Virgil represents him, nor Ulysses is so wise as Homer describes him. That is true, said Samson, but it is one thing to write as a poet, another to write as a historian. The poet may describe or sing things not as they were, but as they ought to have been. But the historian has to write them down, not as they ought to have been, but as they were, without adding anything to the truth, or taking anything from it. Well then, said Sancho, if this signor goes in for telling the truth, no doubt among my master's drubbings mine are to be found, for they never took the measure of his worship's shoulders without doing the same for my whole body. But I have no right to wonder at that, for as my master himself says, the members must share the pain of the head. Oh, you are a sly dog, Sancho, said Don Quixote. I' faith, you have no want of memory when you choose to remember. If I were to try to forget the thwacks they gave me, said Sancho, my wheels would not let me, for they are still fresh on my ribs. Hush, Sancho, said Don Quixote, and don't interrupt the bachelor, whom I entreat to go on and tell all that is said about me in this history. And about me, said Sancho, for they say too that I am one of the principal personages in it. Personages, not personages, friend Sancho. Eh? Oh, personages. That's my bad. For they say too that I am one of the principal personages in it. Personages, not personages, friend Sancho, said Samson. What, another word catcher? Said Sancho. If that is to be the way, we shall not make an end in a lifetime. May God shorten mine, Sancho. returned the bachelor, if you are not the second person in the history, and there are even some who would rather hear you talk than the cleverest in the whole book. Though there are some, too, who say you showed yourself over-credulous in believing that there was any possibility in the government of that island offered to you by Signor Don Quixote. Well, there is still sunshine on the wall, said Don Quixote, and when Sancho is somewhat more advanced in life, with the experience that years bring, he will be fitter and better qualified for being a governor than he is at present. My God, master, said Sancho, the island that I cannot govern with the years I have, I'll not be able to govern with the years of Methuselah. The difficulty is that said island keeps its distance somewhere, I know not where, and not that there is any want of head in it to me and not that there is any want of head in me to govern it. Leave it to God, Sancho, said Don Quixote, for all will be, and perhaps better than you think. No leaf on the tree stirs, but by God's will. That is true, said Samson. And if there be God's will, there will not be any want of 1,000 islands, much less one, for Sancho to govern. I have seen governors in these parts, said Sancho. They are not to be compared to my shoe sole, and for all that they are called your lordship and served on silver. Those are not governors of islands, observed Samson, but of other governments of an easier kind. Those that govern islands must at least know grammar. What? Can I help you? Hi. What are you doing? Oh, I know. I know, you're a needy little sausage, aren't you? I could manage the gram well enough, said Sancho, but for the mar I have neither leaning nor liking, for I don't know what it is. But leaving this matter of the government in God's hands to send me wherever it may be most to his service, I may tell you, Signor Bachelor Samson Carrasco, it has pleased me beyond measure that the author of this history should have spoken of me in such a way that what is said of me gives no offense, for on the faith of a true squire, if he had said anything about me that was at all unbecoming an old Christian such as I am, the deaf would have heard of it. That would be the working of miracles, said Samson. Miracles or no miracles, said Sancho, let everyone mind how he speaks or writes about people, and not set down at random the first thing that comes into his head. One of the faults they find with this history, said the bachelor, is that its author inserted in it a novel called The Ill-Advised Curiosity. Not that it is bad or ill-told, but that it is out of place and has nothing to do with the history of his worship, Signor Don Quixote. I will bet the son of a dog has mixed the cabbages and the baskets, said Sancho. Well, then I say, said Don Quixote, the author of my history was no sage, but some ignorant chatterer who is, in a haphazard and heedless way, set about writing it, let it turn out as it might, just as Orbaneja, the painter of Ubeda, used to do, who, when they asked him what he was painting, answered, what it may turn out. Sometimes he would paint a cock in such a fashion, and so unlike that he had to write alongside of it, in Gothic letters, this is a cock. And so it will be with my history, which will require a commentary to make it intelligible. Oh, no fear for that, returned Samson, for it is so plain that there is nothing in it to puzzle over. The children turn its leaves, the young people read it, the grown men understand it, the old folk praise it. In a word, it is so thumbed and read, and got by people, and got by heart by people of all sorts, that the instant they see any lean hack, they say, there goes Rocinante. And those that are most given to a reading it are the pages, for there is not a lord's antechamber where there is not a Don Quixote to be found. One takes it up if another lays it down, this one pounces upon it, and that begs for it. In short, the said history is the most delightful and least injurious entertainment that has been hitherto seen, for there is not to be found in the whole of it even the semblance of an immodest word, or a thought that is other than Catholic. I will say, though, I do like that they lampshade where it was like, yeah, there was a really oddly placed short story. I mean, I enjoyed The Ill-Advised Curiosity quite a fair bit. If only because of the what's the word? The delightful, what would we say? It's irony? I guess I could say it's irony. The irony of the self-fulfilling prophecy. You're like, oh no! The horrors that I feared of have come to pass. I suppose it might be, no, I wouldn't say Oedipus in nature, because Oedipus's fate was preordained. But I guess... I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to think about it. What it might be comparable to. But anyhow. To write in any other way, said Don Quixote, would not be to write truth, but falsehood, and historians who have recourse to falsehood ought to be burned, like those who coin false money. And I know not what they could have led the author to have recourse to novels and irrelevant stories when he had so much to write about in mine. No doubt he must have gone by the proverb, with straw or with hay, and see. For by merely setting forth my thoughts, my sighs, my tears, my lofty purposes, my enterprises, he might have made a volume as large or larger than all the works of El Tostado would make up. In fact, the conclusion I arrive at is the senior bachelor... Oh, right, hold on. Okay, good. Anyway. The senior bachelor is that to write histories or books of any kind, there is need of great judgment and a ripe understanding. To give expression to humor and to write in a strain of graceful pleasantry is the gift of great geniuses. The cleverest character in comedy is the clown, for he who would make people take him for a fool must not be one. History is in a measure a sacred thing, for it should be true, and where the truth is, there God is. But notwithstanding, there are some who write and fling books broadcast on the world as if they were fritters. Well, there is no book so bad, but it does... There is no book so bad, but it has something good in it, said the bachelor. Well, no doubt of that, replied Don Quixote. But it often happens that those who have acquired or attained a well-deserved reputation by their writings lose it entirely or damage it in some degree when they give them to the presses. The reason of that, said Samson, is that as printed works are examined leisurely, their faults are easily seen, and the greater the fame of the writer, the more closely they are scrutinized. Men famous for their genius, great poets, illustrious historians are always, most commonly, envied by those who take a particular delight and pleasure in criticizing the writings of others, without having produced any of their own. Well, there is no wonder, said Don Quixote, for there are many divines who are no good for the pulpit, but excellent in detecting the defects or excesses of those who preach. All that is true, Señor Don Quixote, said Carrasco. But I wish such fault-finders were more lenient and less exacting, and did not pay so much attention to the spots on the bright sun of the work they grumble at. For if alicando bonus dormitat homerus, they should remember how long he remained awake to shed the light of his work with as little shade as possible. Perhaps it may be what they find fault that may be moles, that sometimes heighten the beauty of the face that bears them. And so I say, very great is the risk to which he who prints a book exposes himself. For of all impossibilities, the greatest is to write one that will satisfy and please all readers. That which treats of me must have pleased few, said Don Quixote. Quite the contrary, said the bachelor. For as stultorum infinitum est numeros, innumerable are those who have relished the said history, but some have brought a charge against the author's memory, inasmuch as he forgot to say who the thief was who stole Sancho's dapple, for it is not stated there, but only to be inferred from what it is set down that he was stolen, and a little farther on we see Sancho mounted on the same ass, without any reappearance of it. They say, too, that he forgot to state what Sancho did with those 100 crowns that he found in the valleys of the Sierra Morena, as he never alludes to them again, and there are many who would be glad to know what he did with them, or what he spent them on, for if it is one of the serious omissions of the work. Senor Samson, I am not in a humor now for going into accounts or explanations, said Sancho, for there is a sinking of the stomach come over me, and unless I doctor it with a couple of sups of the old stuff, it will put me on the thorn of Santa Lucia. Santa Lucia. I have it at home, and my old woman is waiting for me. After dinner, I'll come back, and will answer you and all the world every question you may choose to ask, as well as about the loss of the ass, as about the spending of the 100 crowns. And without another word or waiting for a reply, he made off home. Don Quixote begged and entreated the bachelor to stay and do penance with him. The bachelor accepted the invitation and remained. A couple of young pigeons were added to the ordinary fare. At dinner, they talked of chivalry. Carrasco fell in with his host's humor. The banquet came to an end. They took their afternoon sleep. Sancho returned, and their conversation resumed. Chapter 4, in which Sancho Panza gives a satisfactory reply to the doubts and questions of the bachelor Samson Carrasco, together with other matters worth knowing and telling. Sancho came back to Don Quixote's house, and returning to the late subject of conversation, he said, as to what Senor Samson said he would like to know by whom, or how, or when my ass was stolen, I say in reply that the same night we went into the Sierra Morena, flying from the Holy Brotherhood after that unlucky adventure of the galley slaves, and the other of the corpse that was going to Segovia, my master and I ensconced ourselves in a thicket, and there my master leaning on his lance, and I seated on my dapple, battered and weary with the late frays, we fell asleep as if it had been on 4 feather mattresses, and I in particular slept so sound that whoever he was able to come up and prop me up on 4 stakes, which he had put under the 4 corners of the pack saddle in such a way that he left me mounted on it, and took Dapple away from under me without my feeling it. That is an easy matter, said Don Quixote, and it is no new occurrence, for the same thing happened to Sacripante at the siege of Albraca, the famous thief Brunello, by the same contrivance, took his horse from between his legs. A day came, continued Sancho, and the moment I stirred, the stakes gave way, and I fell to the ground with a mighty come down. I looked about for the ass, but could not see him. The tears rushed to my eye, and I raised such a lamentation that, if the author of our history has not put it in, he may depend upon it he has left out a good thing. Some days after, I know not how many, travelling with her ladyship, the Princess Micomicona, I saw my ass, and mounted upon him, in the dress of a gypsy, was that Guinea de Pasamonte, the great rogue and rascal that my master and I freed from the chain. Oh, that is not where the mistake is, replied Samson. It is that before the ass had turned up, the author speaks of Sancho as being mounted on it. I don't know what to say to that, said Sancho. Unless that the historian had made a mistake, or perhaps it might be a blunder of the printers. No doubt that's it, said Samson. But what became of the 100 crowns? Did they vanish? To which Sancho answered, I spent them for my own good, and my wife's, and my children's, and it is they that may have made my wife bear so patiently all my wanderings on highways and byways in the service of my master, Don Quixote. For if after all this time I had come back to the house without a wrap and without the ass, it would have been a poor lookout for me. And if anyone wants to know anything more about me, here I am, ready to answer the king himself in person. And it is no affair of anyone's whether I took or did not take, whether I spent or did not spend, for the whacks that were given me in these journeys were to be paid for in money, even if they were valued at no more than 4 maravedis apiece. Another 100 crowns would not pay me for half of them. Let each look to himself and try not to make out white black and black white, for each of us is as God made him, aye, and often worse. I will take care, said Carrasco, to impress upon the author of the history that if he prints it again, he must not forget that worthy Sancho has said, for it will raise it a good span higher. Is there anything else to correct in this history, Signor Bachelor? Asked Don Quixote. Oh, no doubt there is, replied he, but not anything that will be of the same importance as those I have mentioned. Does the author promise a second part at all? Said Don Quixote. He does promise one, replied Sancho. I'm sorry, replied Samson. But he says he has not found it, nor does he know who has got it, and we cannot say whether it will appear or not. And so, on that head, as some say that no second part has ever been good, others that enough has already been written about Don Quixote, it is thought there will be no second part, though some, who are jovial rather than saturnine, say, let us have more Quixotades. Let Don Quixote charge and Sancho chatter, and no matter what it may turn out, we shall be satisfied with that. And what does the author mean to do? Said Don Quixote. What? Replied Samson. Why, as soon as he found the history which he is now searching for with extraordinary diligence, he will at once give it to the press. Oh dear. Moved more by the profit that may accrue to him from doing so than by any thought of praise. Whereat Sancho observed, the author looks for money and profit, does he? It will be a wonder if he succeeds, for it will only be hurry with him, like the tailor on Easter Eve, and works done in a hurry are never finished as perfectly as they ought to be. Let Master Moore, or whatever he is, pay attention to what he is doing, and I, my master, will give him as much grouting ready to his hand, in the way of adventures and accidents of all sorts, as would not make up not only 1 second part, but 100. The good man fancies, no doubt, that we are fast asleep in the straw here, but let him hold up our feet to be shod, and he will see which foot it is we go lame on. All I say is that if my master would take my advice, we would be now afield redressing outrages and righting wrongs, as is the use and custom of good knights errant. Sancho had uttered these words when the neighing of Rocinante fell upon their ears, which neighing Don Quixote accepted as a happy omen, and he resolved to make another sally in 3 or 4 days from that time. Announcing his intention to the bachelor, he asked his advice as to the quarter in which he ought to commence his expedition. And the bachelor replied that in his opinion he ought to go to the kingdom of Aragon and the city of Saragossa, where there were to be certain solemn joustings at the festival of St. George, at which he might win renown above all the knights of Aragon, which would be winning it above all the knights of the world. He commended his very praiseworthy and gallant resolution, but admonished him to proceed with greater caution in encountering dangers, because his life did not belong to him, but to all those who had need of him to protect and aid them in their misfortune. There's where it is where I abominate. What I abominate, I see. There's where it is what I abominate, Señor Samson, said Sancho here. My master will attack 100 armed men as a greedy boy would half a dozen melons. Body of the world, Señor Bachelor, there is a time to attack and a time to retreat, and it is not to be always Santiago and close Spain. Moreover, I have heard it said, and I think by my master himself, if I remember rightly, that the mean of valor lies between the extremes of cowardice and rashness, and if that be so, I don't want him to fly without having good reason, or to attack when the odds make it better not. But above all things, I warn my master that if he is to take me with him, it must be on the condition that he is to do all the fighting, and that I am not to be called upon to do anything except what concerns keeping him clean and comfortable. In this I will dance attendance on him readily, but to expect me to draw sword even against rascally churls of the hatchet and hood is idle. I don't set upon to be a fighting man, Señor Samson, but only the best and most loyal squire that ever served knight-errant. And if my master Don Quixote, in consideration of my many faithful servants, is pleased to give me some island of the many his worship says one may stumble upon in these parts, I will take it as a great favor, and if he does not give it to me, I was born like everyone else, and a man must not live in dependence of anyone except God. On anyone except God, and what is more, my bread will taste as well, and perhaps even better without a government than if I were a governor. And how do I know but that in these governments the devil may have prepared some trip for me to make me lose my footing and fall and knock my grinders out? Sancho I was born, and Sancho I mean to die, but for all that, if heaven were to make me a fair offer of an island or something else of the kind, without much trouble and without much risk, I am not such a fool as to refuse it, for they say, too, when they offer thee a heifer, run with a halter, and when good luck comes to thee, take it in.
Brother Sancho, said Carrasco,
You have spoken like a professor, but for all that you put your trust in God and in Senor Don Quixote, for he will give you a kingdom, not to say an island. Why, it is all the same, be it more or be it less, replied Sancho. Though I could tell Senor Carrasco that my master would not throw the kingdom he might give me into a sack all in holes. For I have felt my own pulse, and I find myself sound enough to rule kingdoms and govern islands, and I have before now told my master as such. Take care, Sancho, said Samson. Honors change manners, and perhaps when you find yourself a governor, you won't know the mother that bore you. That may hold good of these that are born in the ditches, said Sancho, not of those who have the fat of an old Christian 4 fingers deep on their souls, as I have. Nay, only look at my disposition. Is that how likely to show ingratitude to anyone? Oh, God grant it, said Don Quixote. We shall see when the government comes, and I seem to see it already. He then begged the bachelor, if he were a poet, to do him the favour of composing some verses for him, conveying the farewell he meant to take of his lady Dulcinea del Toboso, and to see that a letter of her name was placed at the beginning of each line, so that at the end of the verses Dulcinea del Toboso might be read by putting together the first letters. That's nice. The bachelor replied that although he was not of one of the famous poets of Spain, who were, they said, only 3 1/2, he would not fail to compose the required verses, though he saw great difficulty in the task, as the letters which made up the name were 17, so if he made 4 ballad stanzas of 4 lines each, there would be a letter over, and if he made them 5, what they called decimias or redondilas, that were 3 letters short, nevertheless he would try to drop a letter as well as he could, so the name Dulcinea del Toboso might be got in 4 ballad stanzas. It must be by some means or other, said Don Quixote, for unless the name stands there plain and manifest, no woman would believe the verses were made for her. They agreed upon this, and that the departure should take place in 3 days from that time. Don Quixote charged the bachelor to keep it a secret, especially from the curate and Master Nicholas, and from his niece and the housekeeper, lest they should prevent the execution of his praiseworthy and valiant purpose. Carrasco promised all, and then took his leave, charging Don Quixote to inform him of his good or evil fortunes whenever he had an opportunity. And thus they bade each other farewell, and Sancho went away to make the necessary preparations for their expedition. Another quick sip of water. Also just gonna check the table of contents here, see how far along we are. Hmm. Oh dearie me. Chapter L, Chapter L. Hold on a second, I think I might have, oh dear. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, volume 2 is also of like, let's see here, hold on. So that's LXXIV. That is 24. Oh, good gravy. I might have been completely wrong with how many chapters we had. Okay, let's see here. Yes, okay, good. Well, I guess that's, so it wasn't actually, 74 chapters. It was, 126. Whoops. So golly gee willikers, we're not even. I guess we've got plenty more to read. But anyhow. Chapter 6. Of what took place between Don Quixote and his niece and housekeeper. One of the most important chapters in the whole history. While Sancho Panza and his wife Teresa Casacajo held the above irrelevant conversation, Don Quixote's niece and housekeeper were not idle. Did I think I might have. Hold on. Okay, never mind. I skipped a chapter ahead. Hold on. Chapter 5 of the shrewd and droll conversation that passed between Sancho Panza and his wife Teresa Panza, and other matters worthy of being duly recorded. The translator of this history, when he comes to write this 5th chapter, says that he considers it apocryphal, because in it Sancho Panza speaks in a style unlike that which might have been expected from his limited intelligence, and says things so subtle that he does not think it possible he could have conceived them. However, desirous of doing what his task imposed upon him, he was unwilling to leave it untranslated, and therefore he went on to say, Sancho comes home in such a glee and spirits that his wife noticed his happiness a bow shot off, so much so that it made her ask him, What have you got, Sancho friend, that you are so glad? To which he replied, Wife, if it were God's will, I should be very glad not to be so well pleased as I show myself. I don't understand you, husband, said she, and I don't know what you mean by saying you would be glad, if it were God's will, not to be well pleased, for fool as I am. I don't know how one can find pleasure in not having it. Hark ye, Teresa, replied Sancho, I am glad because I have made up my mind to go back to the service of my master Don Quixote, who means to go out on a 3rd time to seek for adventures, and I'm going with him again, for my necessities will have it so, and also the hopes that cheer me with the thought that I may find another 100 crowns like those we have spent, though it makes me sad to have to leave thee and the children, and if God would be blessed to let me have my daily bread dry shod and at home, without taking me out into the byways and crossroads, and he could do it at a small cost by merely willing it. It is clear my happiness would be more solid and lasting, for the happiness I have is mingled with sorrow at leaving thee, so that I was right in saying I would be glad, if it were God's will, not to be well pleased. Look here, Sancho, said Teresa, ever since you joined onto a knight-errant, you talk in such a roundabout way that there is no understanding you. It is enough that God understands me, wife, replied Sancho, for he is the understander of all things. That will do. But mind, sister, you must look to Dapple carefully for the next 3 days, so that he may be fit to take arms. Double his feed and see to the pack-saddle and other harness, for it is not to a wedding we are bound, but to go round the world, and play at give and take with giants and dragons and monsters, and hear hissings and roarings and bellowings and howlings. And even all this would be lavender, if we had not to reckon with Yanguasans and enchanted Moors. I know well enough, husband, said Teresa, that squires errant don't eat their bread for nothing, and so I will be always praying to our Lord to deliver you speedily from all that hard fortune. I can tell you, wife, said Sancho, if I did not expect to see myself governor of an island before long, I would drop down dead on the spot. Nay, then, husband, said Teresa, and let the hen live, though it be with her pip. Live, and let the devil take all the governments in the world. You came out of your mother's womb without a government. You have lived until now without a government. And when it is God's will, you will go, or be carried to your grave without a government. How many are there in the world who live without a government and continue to live all the same, and are reckoned in the number of the people? The best sauce in the world is hunger, and as the poor are never without that, they always eat with a relish. But mind, Sancho, that if by good luck you should find yourself with some government, don't forget me and your children. Remember that son Chico is now full 15, and it is right he should go to school, if his uncle the abbot has a mind to have him trained for the church. Consider, too, that your daughter, Mari Sancha, will not die of grief if we marry her, for I have my suspicions that she is as eager to get a husband as you to get a government. And after all, a daughter looks better ill-married than well-whored. Peace. By my faith, replied Sancho, if God brings me to get any sort of government, I intend, wife, to make such a high match for Mari Sancha that there will be no approaching her without calling her my lady. Oh, nay, Sancho, returned Teresa. Marry her to her equal, that is the safest plan, for if you put her out of wooden clogs into high-heeled shoes, out of her grey flannel petticoat into hoops and silk gowns, out of the plain Marcia and thou into Donna and so-and-so and my lady, the girl won't know where she is, and at every turn she will fall into 1,000 blunders that will show the thread of her coarse homespun stuff. Tut, you fool, said Sancho, it will be only to practice it for 2 or 3 years, and then dignity and decorum will fit her as easily as a glove. And if not, what matter? Let her be my lady, and never mind what happens. Keep to your own station, Sancho, replied Teresa. Don't try to raise yourself higher, and bear in mind the proverb that says, wipe the nose of your neighbor's son and take him into your house. A fine thing it would be, indeed, to marry our Maria to some great count or grand gentleman, who, when the humour took him, would abuse her and call her clown-bred and clodhopper's daughter and spinning wench. I have not been bringing up my daughter for all this time, I can tell you, husband. Do you bring home money, Sancho, and leave her marrying her to my care? There is Lope Tocho, Juan Tocho's son, a stout, sturdy young fellow that we know, and I can see he does not look sour at the girl, and with him, one of our own sort, she will be well married, and we shall have her always under our eyes, and be all one family, parents and children, grandchildren and sons-in-law, and the peace and blessing of God who dwell among us. So don't you go marrying her in those courts and grand palaces where they won't know what to make of her, or what she to make of herself. Why, you idiot and wife for Barabbas, said Sancho, what do you mean by trying, without why or wherefore, to keep me from marrying my daughter to one who will give me grandchildren that will be called your lordship? Look ye, Teresa, I have always heard my elders say, he who does not know how to take advantage of luck when it comes to him has no right to complain if it gives him the go-by. And now that it is knocking at our door, it will not do to shut it out. Let us go with the favouring breeze that blows upon us. In the sort of talk, and what Sancho says lower down, that made the translator of the history say he considered this chapter apocryphal. Don't you see, you animal, continued Sancho, that it will be well for me to drop into some profitable government that will lift us out of this mire, and marry Maria Sancha, to whom I like, and you yourself will find yourself called Donna Teresa Panza, and sitting in a church on a fine carpet and cushions and draperies, in spite and in defiance of all the born ladies of the town. No, stay as you are, growing neither greater nor less, like a tapestry figure. Let us say no more about it, for Sanchica shall be a countess. Say what you will. Are you sure of all you say, husband? Replied Teresa. Well, for all that, I am afraid this rank of countess for my daughter will be her ruin. You do as you like, make a duchess or a princess out of her, but I can tell you it will not be with my will and consent. I was always a lover of equality, brother, and I can't bear to see people give themselves airs without any right. They called me Teresa at my baptism, a plain, simple name, without any additions or tags or fringes of dons or donnas. Cascaggio was my father's name, and as I am your wife, I am called Teresa Panza, though by right I ought to be called Teresa Cascaggio. Cascajo? Cascajo, maybe. But kings go where laws like, and I am content with this name without having the Don put on top of it to make it so heavy that I cannot carry it. Oh no, I've lost my place. And I don't want to make people talk about me when they see me go dressed like a countess or governor's wife, for they will say at once, see what airs the slut gives herself. Only yesterday she was always spinning flax, and used to go to mass with the tail of her petticoat above her head instead of a mantle. And there she goes today in a hooped gown with her brooches and airs as if we didn't know her. If God keeps me in my 7 senses or 5, whatever number I have, I am not going to bring myself to such a pass. Go you, brother, and be a government or an island man, and swagger as much as you like. For by the soul of my mother, neither my daughter nor I are going to stir a step from our village. A respectable woman should have a broken leg and keep at home, and to be busy at something is a virtuous damsel's holiday. Be off to your adventures along with your Don Quixote, and leave us to our misadventures, for God will mend them for us according as we deserve it. I don't know. I'm sure who fixed the Don to him, what neither his father or grandfather ever had. I declare thou hast a devil of some sort in thy body, said Sancho. God help thee, what a lot of things thou hast strung together, one after the other, without head or tail. What then, Casacajo, and the brooches and the proverbs and the airs to do with what I say? Look here, fool and dolt, for so I may call you, when you don't understand my words and run away from good fortune. If I had said that my daughter was to throw herself down from a tower or go roaming the world, as is the Infanta Donna Urraca wanted to do, you would be right in not giving way to my will. But if in an instant, in less than the twinkling of an eye, I put the Dawn and my lady on her back, and take her out of the stubble, and place her under a canopy on a dais, and on a couch, with more velvet cushions than all of Almanhades of Morocco ever had in their family, why won't you consent and fall in love and fall in with my wishes? Do you know why, husband? Replied Teresa. Because of the proverb that says, who covers thee discovers thee, and at the poor man people only throw a hasty glance. On the rich man they fix their eyes, and if the said rich man was once a time poor, it is then there is the sneering and the tattle and the spite of backbiters in the streets where they swarm as thick as bees. Look here, Teresa, said Sancho, and listen to what I am now going to say to you. Maybe you have never heard it in all your life, and I do not give my own notions. For what I am about to say, there are the opinions of his reverence the preacher who preached in this town last Lent, who said, if I remember rightly, that all things present in our eyes behold, bring themselves before us, and remain and fix themselves on our memory much better and more forcibly than things past. These observations which Sancho makes here are the other ones, on account of which the translator says he regards this chapter as acrophil, inasmuch as they are beyond Sancho's capacity. Whence it rises, he continued, that when we see any person well dressed and making a figure, with rich garments and retinue of servants, it seems to lead and impel us perforce to respect him, though memory may at the same moment recall to us some lowly condition in which we have seen him, by which, whether it may have been poverty or low birth, being now a thing of the past, as no existence, while the only thing that has any existence is what we see before us. And if this person whom fortune has raised from his original lowly state, these were the very words the padre used, to his present height of prosperity, be well-bred, generous, courteous to all, without seeking to vie with those whose nobility is of ancient date, depend on it, Teresa, no one will remember what he was, and everyone will respect what he is, except indeed the envious, for whom no fair fortune is safe. I do not understand you, husband, replied Teresa. Do as you like, and don't break my head with any more speechifying and rhetoric. And if you have revolved to do what you say, resolved, you should say, woman, said Sancho, not revolved. Don't set yourself to wrangle with me, husband, said Teresa. I speak as God pleases, and don't deal in out-of-the-way phrases, and I say, if you are bent upon having a government, take your son Sancho with you, and teach him from this time how to hold a government, for sons ought to inherit and learn the trades of their fathers. As soon as I have the government, said Sancho, I will send for him by post, and I will send thee money, of which I shall have no lack. For there is never any want of people to lend it to governors. when they have not got it, and do thou dress him so as to hide what he is and make him look like what he is to be. You send the money, said Teresa, and I'll dress him up for you as fine as you please. Then we are agreed that our daughter is to be a countess. The day that I see her a countess, replied Teresa, it will be the same to me as if I were burying her. But once more I say, do as you please, for we women are born to this burden of being obedient to our husbands, though they be dogs. And with this she began to weep in earnest, as if she already saw Sanchica dead and buried. Sancho consoled her by saying that he must make her a countess, and would put it off as long as possible. Here their conversations came to an end, and Sancho went back to see Don Quixote and make arrangements for their departure. Alright, hold on, I gotta stretch again. But yeah, I still can't believe that there's still 68 odd chapters to go. I thought that I was a fair bit further along. But I suppose makes sense that it wouldn't be, 24 odd chapters for the entire second volume. Ooh. Oh, jeez. Sorry, those are all my tender joints. Yeah. All right, that's better. Chapter 6. Of what took place between Don Quixote and his niece and housekeeper, one of the most important chapters in the whole history. While Sancho Panza and his wife Teresa Cascajo held above the irrelevant conversation, Don Quixote's niece and housekeeper were not idle, for by 1,000 signs they began to perceive that their uncle and master meant to give them the slip the third time, and once more betake himself to his, for them, ill-errant chivalry. They strove by all means in their power to divert him from such an unlucky scheme, but it was all preaching in the desert and hammering cold iron. Nevertheless, among many other representations made to him, the housekeeper said to him in truth, Master, if you do not keep still and stay quiet at home, and give over roaming mountains and valleys like a troubled spirit, looking for what they say are called adventures, but what I call misfortunes, I shall have to make complaint to God and the king with loud supplication to send some remedy. To which Don Quixote replied, What answer God will give to your complaints, housekeeper, I know not, nor what his majesty will answer either. I only know that if I were king, I should decline to answer the numberless silly petitionings they present every day, for one of the greatest among all the troubles kings have is being obliged to listen to all and answer all, and therefore I should be sorry that any affairs of mine should worry him. Whereupon the housekeeper said, Tell us, Signor, at his majesty's court are there no knights? There are, replied Don Quixote, and plenty of them, and it is right there should be. And it is right there should be, to set off the dignity of the prince, and for the greater glory of the king's majesty. Then might not your worship, said she, be one of those that without stirring a step serve their king and lord in his court? Oh, recollect, my friend, said Don Quixote, all knights cannot be courtiers, nor can all courtiers be knights errant, nor need they be. There must be all sorts in the world, and though we may be all knights, there is a great difference between one and another. For the courtiers, without quitting their chambers or the threshold of the court, range the world over by looking at a map, without its costing them a farthing, and without suffering heat. Oh dear. Without them suffering heat or cold, hunger or thirst, but we, the true knights-errant, measure the whole earth with our feet, exposed to the sun, to the cold, to the air, to the inclemencies of heaven. by day and night, on foot and on horseback, nor do we only know enemies in pictures, but in their own real shapes, and at all risks and on all occasions we attack them, without any regard to childish points or rules of single combat, whether one has or has not a shorter lance or sword, whether one carries relics or any secret contrivance about him, whether or not the sun is to be divided and portioned out, and other niceties of the sort that are observed in set combat of man to man, that you know nothing about, but I do. And you must know besides that the true knight-errant, though he may see 10 giants, that not only touch the cloud with their heads, but pierce them, and like that go each on them on 2 tall towers by way of legs, and whose arms are like masts of mighty ships, and each eye like a great mill-wheel, and glowing brighter than a glass furnace, must not on any account be dismayed by them. On the contrary, he must attack and fall upon them with a gallant bearing and a fearless heart, and if possible vanquish and destroy them, even though they have for armor the shells of a certain fish, that they say are harder than diamonds, and in place of swords they wield trenchant blades of Damascus steel, or clubs studded with spikes also of steel, such as I have more than once seen. All this I say, housekeeper, that you may see the difference that is between the one sort of knight and the other, and it would be well if there were no prince who did not set a higher value on this record, or, more properly speaking, kind of knights-errant, for, as we read in their histories, there may have been some among them who have been the salvation, not merely of one kingdom, but of many. Ah, signor, exclaimed the niece, remember that all this you are saying about knights-errant is fable and fiction, and their histories, if indeed they were not burned, would deserve each of them to have a sambiento put on it, or some mark by which it might be known as infamous and a corrupter of good manners. What is a sambenito? Sambenito? Sambenito. Sambenito. Sambenito was a penitent garment that was worn similar to a scapular, either yellow or red assault tires for penitent heretics, or black and decorated with flames for impenitent heretics to wear at an auto de fa. I see. As opposed to the capriote, which are the funny hats. Woo! I think they're neat. Where was I? Ah, there it is. By the God that gives me life, said Don Quixote, if thou wert not my full niece, being daughter of my own sister, I would inflict a chastisement upon thee for the blasphemy thou hast uttered, with all the world should ring with. What? Can it be that a young hussy that hardly knows how to handle a dozen lace bobbins dares to wag her tongue and criticize the histories of knights-errant? What would Signor Amadeus say if he heard such a thing? He, however, no doubt would forgive thee, for he was the most humble-minded and courteous knight of his time, and moreover a great protector of damsels. But some there are that might have heard thee, and it would not have been well for thee in that case. For they are not all courteous or mannerly, some are ill-conditioned scoundrels, nor is it everyone that calls himself a gentleman that is so in all respects. Some are gold, others pinchbeck. Pinchbeck? Huh. And look like gentlemen, but not all can stand the touchstone of truth. There are men of low rank who strain themselves to bursting to pass for gentlemen, and higher gentlemen who, one would fancy, were dying to pass for men of low rank. The former raise themselves by their ambition or by their virtues, the latter debase themselves by their lack of spirit or by their vices, and one has need of experience and discernment to distinguish these two kinds of gentlemen, so much alike in name and so different in conduct. Alright, well now I gotta go see here. What is a pinchbeck? I'm going to assume that that's a pinchbeck. A pinchbeck is an alloy of copper and zinc resembling gold, used in watchmaking and costume jewelry. as an adjective, appearing valuable but actually cheap or tawdry. Fascinating. Anyway, where was I? Boop. God bless me, said the niece. That you should know so much, uncle, enough, if need be, to get up into a pulpit and go preach in the streets, and yet that you should fall into a delusion so great and a folly so manifest as to try to make yourself out vigorous when you are old, strong when you are sickly, and able to put straight what is crooked when you yourself are bent by age, and above all a caballero when you are not one. For though gentlefolk may be so, poor men are nothing of the kind. There's a great deal of truth in what you say, niece, returned Don Quixote, and I could tell you somewhat about birth that would astonish you, but not to mix up things human and divine I refrain. Look you, my dears, all the lineages in the world, attend to what I am saying, can be reduced to 4 sorts, which are these: those that had humble beginnings, and went on spreading and extending themselves until they attained surpassing greatness; those that had great beginnings and maintained them, and still maintain and uphold the greatness of their origin; those again that have from a great beginning have ended in a point like a pyramid, having reduced and lessened their original greatness till it has come to naught, like the points of a pyramid, which relatively to its base or foundation is nothing. And then there are those, and it is they that are the most numerous, that have neither had an illustrious beginning or a remarkable mid-course, and so will have an end without a name, like an ordinary plebeian line. Of the first, those that had a humble origin and rose to the greatness they still preserve, the Ottoman house may serve as an example, from which an humble. I'm sorry, that one's a little... whatever. From which a humble and lowly shepherd, its founder, has reached the height at which we now see it. For examples of the second sort of lineage, that began with greatness and maintains it without adding to it, there are many princes who have inherited their dignity and maintain it themselves in their inheritance, without increasing or diminishing it, keeping peacefully within the limits of their states. Of those that began and ended in a point, there are thousands of examples, for all the pharaohs and Ptolemies of Egypt, the Caesars of Rome, and the whole herd, if I may apply such a word to them, of countless princes, monarchs, lords, Medes, Assyrians, Persians, Greeks, and barbarians. All these lineages and lordships have ended in a point and come to nothing. They themselves, as well as their founders, for it would be impossible now to find one of their descendants, and even should we find one, it would be in a lowly and humble condition. Oh no, I've lost my place. Of plebeian lineages I have nothing to say, save that they merely serve to swell the numbers of those that live, without any eminence to entitle them to any fame or praise beyond this. For all I have said, I would have you gather, my poor innocents, that great is the confusion among lineages, and that only those are seen to be great and illustrious to show themselves so by the virtue, wealth, and generosity of their possessors. I have said virtue, wealth, and generosity, because a great man who is vicious will be a great example of vice, and a rich man who is not generous will be merely a miserly beggar. For the possessor of wealth is not made happy by possessing it, but by spending it, and not by spending it as he pleases, but by knowing how to spend it well. The poor gentleman has no way of showing that he is a gentleman, but by virtue, by being affable, well-bred, courteous, gentle-mannered, and kindly, not haughty, arrogant, or censorious, but above all by being charitable, for by too brevity given with a cheerful heart to the poor, he will show himself as generous as he who distributes alms with bell-ringing. And no one that perceives him to be endowed with the virtues I have named, even though he know him not, will fail to recognize and set him down as one of good blood, and it would be strange were it not so. Praise has ever been the reward of virtue, and those who are virtuous cannot fail to receive commendation. There are 2 roads, my daughters, by which men may reach wealth and honors. One is that of letters, and the other that of arms. I have many more arms than of letters in my composition, and judging by my inclination to arms, was born under the influence of the planet Mars. I am therefore in a measure constrained to follow that road, and by it I must travel in spite of all the world, and it will be labor in vain for you to urge me to resist what heaven wills, fate ordains, reason requires, and above all my own inclination favors. For knowing, as I do, the countless toils that are the accompaniments of knights errantry, I know too the infinite blessings that are attained by it. I know that the path of virtue is very narrow, and the road of vice broad and spacious. I know their ends and goals are different, for the broad and easy road of vice ends in death, and the narrow and toilsome road one of virtue in life, and not transitory life, but in that which has no end. I know, as our great Castilian poet says, that it is by rugged paths like these they go that scale the heights of immortality, unreached by those that falter here below. Oh, woe is me! Exclaimed the niece. My lord is a poet too. He knows everything, and he can do everything. I will bet if he chose to turn mason, he could make a house as easily as a cage. I can tell you, niece, replied Don Quixote, if these chivalrous thoughts did not engage my faculties, there would be nothing that I could not do, nor any sort of knick-knack that would not come from my hands, particularly cages and toothpicks. At this moment there came a knocking at the door, and when they asked who was there, Sancho Panza made answer that it was he. The instant the housekeeper knew who it was, she ran to hide herself so as not to see him, in such abhorrence did she hold him. The niece let him in, and his master Don Quixote came forward to receive him with open arms, and the pair shut themselves up in his room, where they had another conversation not inferior to the previous one. Where did I put my water bottle? Oh, there it is. All right. Chapter 7. Of what passed between Don Quixote and his squire, together with other very notable incidents. The instant the housekeeper saw Sancho Panza shut himself in with her master, she guessed what they were about, and suspecting that the result of the consultation would be a resolve to undertake a third sally, she seized her mantle, and in deep anxiety and distress ran to find the bachelor Samson Carrasco, as she thought that being a well-spoken man and a new friend of her master's, she might be able to persuade him to give up any such crazy notion. She found him pacing the patio of his house, and perspiring and flurried, she fell at his feet the moment she saw him. Carrasco, seeing how distressed and overcome she was, said to her, "Oh, what is this, mistress housekeeper? What has happened to you? One would think your heart broken. One would think you heartbroken." "No, nothing, Signor Samson," said she, "only that my master is breaking out, plainly breaking out." "Oh, whereabouts is he breaking out, Signora?" asked Samson. "Has any part of his body burst?" "He is only breaking out at the door of his madness," he replied. "I mean, dear Signor Bachelor, he is going to break out again, and this will be the third time, to hunt all over the world for what he calls ventures, though I cannot make out why he gives them that name. The first time he was brought back to us slung over the back of an ass and belabored all about, and the second time he came in an ox cart, shut up in a cage, in which he persuaded himself he was enchanted, and the poor creature was in such a state that the mother that bore him would not have known him, lean, yellow, and his eyes sunk deep in the cells of his skull, so that to bring him round again ever so little cost me more than 600 eggs, as God knows, and all the world, and my hens too, that won't let me tell a lie." "That I can well believe," replied the bachelor, "for they are so good and so fat, and so well bred, that they would not say one thing for another, though they were so to burst for it. In short, then, mistress housekeeper, that is all, and there is nothing the matter, except it is feared Don Quixote may do." "No, Signor." "Well then," returned the bachelor, "don't be uneasy, but go home in peace. Get me ready something hot for breakfast, and while you are on the way, say the prayer of Santa Apollonia. That is, if you know it, and I will come presently, and you will see miracles. Oh, woe is me, cried the housekeeper. Is it the prayer of Santo Apollonian... Is it the prayer of Santa Apollonia, you would have me say? That would do if it was the toothache my master had, but it is in the brains what he has got. I know what I am saying, mistress housekeeper. Go, and don't set yourself to argue with me, for you know that I am a bachelor Salamanca, and one cannot be more of a bachelor than that, replied Carrasco. And with this the housekeeper retired, and the bachelor went to look for the curate and arrange with him what will be told in its proper place. While Don Quixote and Sancho were shut up, they had a discussion which the history records with great precision and scrupulous exactness. Sancho said to his master, Señor, I have induced my wife to let me go with your worship wherever you choose to take me. Induced, you should say, Sancho, said Don Quixote, not educed. Once or twice, as well as I remember, replied Sancho, I have begged your worship not to mend my words, if so be as you understand what I mean by them, and if you don't understand them, to say, Sancho or devil, I don't understand thee, and if I don't make my meaning plain, then you may correct me, for I am so focal. I don't understand thee, Sancho, said Don Quixote at once, for I know not what I am so focile means. So focile means that I am so much that way, replied Sancho. I understand thee still less now, said Don Quixote. Well, if you can't understand me, said Sancho, I don't know how to put it. I know no more, God help me. Oh no, now I have hit it, said Don Quixote. Thou wouldst say thou art so docile, tractable, and gentle, that thou wilt take what I say to thee, and submit to what I teach thee. I would bet, said Sancho, that from the very first you understood me and knew what I meant, but you wanted to put me out that you might hear me make another couple of dozen blunders. Maybe so, replied Don Quixote. But to come to the point, what does Teresa say? Teresa says, replied Sancho, that I should make with your worship, and let papers speak and beards be still. For he who binds does not wrangle, since one take is better than two. I'll give these, and I say a woman's advice is no great thing, and he who won't take it is a fool. And so say I, said Don Quixote. Continue, Sancho, my friend. Go on, you talk pearls today. The fact is, continued Sancho, that, as your worship knows better than I do, we are all of us liable to death, and today we are, and tomorrow we are not, and the lamb goes as soon as the sheep, and nobody can promise himself more hours of life in this world than God may be pleased to give him. For death is death, and when it comes to knock at our life's door, it is always urgent, and neither prayers, nor struggles, nor scepters, nor mitres can keep it at bay, as common talk and reports say, and as they tell us from the pulpits every day. Oh, that is very true, said Don Quixote, but I cannot make out what thou art driving at. What I am driving at, said Sancho, is that your worship settles some fixed wages for me, to be paid monthly while I am in your service, so that the same may be paid out... So the same may be paid me out of your estate, for I don't care to stand on rewards which either come late or ill, or never at all. God help me with my own. In short, I would like to know what I am to get, be it much or little, for the hen will lay on one egg, and many littles make as much. And so long as one gains something, there is nothing lost. To be sure, if it should happen, well, what I neither believe nor expect, that your worship were to give me that island you have promised me, I am not so ungrateful nor so grasping, but that I would be willing to have the revenue of such island valued and stopped out of my wages in due promotion. Sancho, my friend, replied Don Quixote, sometimes proportion may be as good as promotion. I see, said Sancho. I'll bet I ought to have said proportion, not... I bet I ought to have said proportion and not promotion, but it is no matter, as your worship has understood me. And so well understood, returned Don Quixote, that I have seen to the depths of thy thoughts, and know the mark thou art shooting at with the countless shafts of thy proverbs. Look here, Sancho, I would readily fix thy wages if I had ever found an instance in the histories of the knights errant to show or indicate by the slightest hint that their squires used to get monthly or yearly, but I have read all or the best parts of their histories, and I cannot remember reading in any knights errant having assigned fixed wages to his squire. and I only know that they all served on reward, and that when they least expected it, if good luck attended their masters, they found themselves recompensed with an island or something equivalent to it, or at the least they were left with a title and lordship. If with these hopes and additional inducements you, Sancho, please to return to my service, well and good. But to suppose that I am going to disturb or unhinge the ancient usage of knight-errantry is all nonsense. And so, my Sancho, get you back to your house and explain my intentions to your Teresa. And if she likes, then, and you like to be on reward with me, bene quidem. Quidem? Quidem. Bene quidem. If not, we remain friends, for if the pigeon house does not lack food, it will not lack pigeons. And bear in mind, my son, that a good hope is better than a bad holding, and a good grievance is better than a bad compensation. I speak in this way, Sancho, to show you that I can shower down proverbs just as well as yourself, and in short, I mean to say, and I do say, that if you don't like to come on reward with me, and run the same chances that I run, God be with you and make a saint of you, for I shall find plenty of squires more obedient and painstaking, and not so thick-headed or talkative as you are. When Sancho heard his master's firm, resolute language, a cloud came over the sky with him, and the wings of his heart drooped, for he had made sure that his master would not go without him for all the wealth in the world, and as he stood there dumbfounded, interesting, and moody, Samson Carrasco came in with the housekeeper and niece, who were anxious to hear by what arguments he was about to dissuade their master from going to seek adventures. The archwag Samson came forward, and embracing him as he had done before, said with a loud voice, "O flower of knight-errantry! O shining light of arms! O honor and mirror of the Spanish nation! May God Almighty in his infinite power grant that any person or persons who would impede or hinder thy third sally may find no way out of the labyrinth of their schemes, nor ever accomplish what they most desire." And then, turning to the housekeeper, he said, "Mistress housekeeper may just as well give over saying the prayer of Santa Apollonia, for I know it is the positive determination of the spheres that Señor Don Quixote shall proceed to put into execution his new and lofty designs, and I should lay a heavy burden on my conscience did I not argue and persuade this knight not to keep the might of his strong arm and the virtue of his valiant spirit any longer curbed and checked. For by his inactivity he is defrauding the world of the redress of wrongs, of the protection of orphans, of the honor of virgins, of the aid of widows, of the support of wives, and other matters of this kind appertaining, belonging proper and peculiar to the knight and peculiar to the order of knight-errantry. On then, my lord Don Quixote, beautiful and brave, let your worship and highness set out today rather than tomorrow, and if anything be needed for the execution of your purpose, here I am ready in person to supply Here I am in person and purse to supply the want, and were it requisite to attend your magnificence, esquire, I should esteem it the happiest good fortune." At this, Don Quixote, turning to Sancho, said, "Did I not tell thee, Sancho, there would be squires enough and to spare for me? See now who offers to become one, no less than the illustrious bachelor Samson Carrasco, the perpetual joy and delight of the courts of the Salamancan schools, sound in body, discreet, patient under heat or cold, hunger or thirst, with all the qualifications requisite to make a knight-errant squire. But heaven forbid that, to gratify my own inclination, I should shake or shatter this pillar of letters or vessels of the sciences, and cut down this towering palm of the fair and liberal arts. Let this new Samson remain in his own country, and bringing honor to it, bring honor at the same time on the grey heads of his venerable parents. For I will be content with any squire that comes to hand, as Sancho does not deign to accompany me." I do deign," said Sancho, deeply moved, and with tears in his eyes. "It shall not be said of me, master mine," he continued, "the bread eaten and the company dispersed. Nay, I come of no ungrateful stock, and for all the world knows, but particularly my own town, who the Ponzas from whom I descended were, and what is more, I know, and have learned, by many good words and deeds, your worship's desire to show me favor, and if I have been bargaining more or less about my wages, it was only to please my wife, who, when she sets herself to press a point, no hammer drives the hoops of a cask as she drives one to do what she wants. But after all, a man must be a man. Oh, hi! Glad to see you again, Raymundo. Yeah, we're just done, well, we're just getting to go to volume 2? Volume 2. Yeah, that's the word. Oh, bugger, where was I? And as I am a man anyhow, which I can't deny, I will be one in my own house too, let who will take it amiss, and so there's nothing more to do but for your worship to make your will with its codicil? Your will with its codicil in such a way that it can't be revoked, and let us set out at once to save Signor Samson's soul from suffering, as he says his conscience obliges him to persuade your worship to sally out upon the world a third time. So I offer again to serve your worship faithfully and loyally, as well as and better than all the squires that served knights errant in times past or present. Now, I don't know what a codicil is, but I'm going to assume that it stems from the same word as like a codex. A codicil is an addition or supplement that explains, modifies, or revokes a will or part of one. Fascinating. The bachelor was filled with amazement when he heard Sancho's phraseology. Phraseology? I think they're just starting to make up words now. When he heard Sancho's phraseology and style of talk, for though he had read the first part of his master's history, he never thought that he could be so droll as he was there described. But now, hearing him talk of a will and codicil that could not be provoked, instead of a will and... What? Oh, whoops. A will and codicil that could not be provoked instead of a will and codicil that could not be revoked. He believed all he had read of him, and set him down as one of the greatest simpletons of modern times, and he said to himself that two such lunatics as master and man the world had never seen. In fine, Don Quixote and Sancho embraced one another and made friends, and by the advice and with the approval of the great Carrasco, who was now their oracle, it was arranged that their departure should take place 3 days thence, by which time they could have all that was requisite for the journey ready, and procure a closed helmet, which Don Quixote said he must by all means take. See, that's a good question. I've never heard of phraseology. You know what, actually, I should probably... I mean, I've just wagered it's probably just the practice of turns of phrase, but... Yeah, a mode of expression, especially one characteristic of a particular speaker or writer. Okay. Now where was I? Samson offered him one, as he knew a friend of his who had... It would not refuse it to him, though it was more dingy with rust and mildew than bright and clean like burnished steel. Yeah. Indeed. I suppose also just his particular manner of speaking. But anyhow, the curses which both the housekeeper and niece poured out on the bachelor were past counting. They tore their hair, they clawed their faces, and in the style of the hired mourners that were once in fashion, they raised a lamentation over the departure of their master and uncle, as if it had been his death. Samson's intention in persuading him to sally forth once more was more to do with what the history relates farther on, all by the advice of the curate and the barber, with whom he had previously discussed the subject. Finally, then, during those 3 days, Don Quixote and Sancho provided themselves with what they considered necessary, and Sancho, having pacified his wife, and Don Quixote, his niece and housekeeper, at nightfall, unseen by anyone except the bachelor, who thought fit to accompany them half a league out of the village, they set out for El Toboso, Don Quixote on his good Rocinante, and Sancho on his old Dapple, his alforjas furnished with certain matters in the way of victuals, and his purse with money that Don Quixote gave him to meet emergencies. Samson embraced him, and entreated him to let him hear of his good or evil fortunes, so that he might rejoice over the former or condole him over the latter, as the laws of friendship required. Don Quixote promised him he would do so, and Samson returned to the village, and the other two took to the road for the great city of El Toboso. Hey, hold on, I mean that. Ooh. Ah. Just Just a wee bit stiff. I think I might just read a little bit more of this while I'm standing. If I can move this. Chapter 8, wherein is related what befell Don Quixote on his way to see his lady Dulcinea del Toboso. Blessed be Allah, the all-powerful, says Hamete Benengeli on beginning this 8th chapter. Blessed be Allah, he repeats 3 times, and he says he utters these thanksgivings as seeing that he has now got Don Quixote and Sancho fairly afield, and that the readers of his delightful history may reckon that the achievements and humours of Don Quixote and his squire are now about to begin, and he urges them to forget the former chivalries of the ingenious gentleman, and to fix their eyes on those that are to come, which now begin on the road to El Toboso, as the others began on the plains of Montiel. Nor is it much to say that he asks in consideration of all his promises, and so he goes on to say, Don Quixote and Sancho were left alone, and the moment Samson took his departure, Rocinante began to neigh and Dapple to sigh, which by both knight and squire accepted as a good sign and a very happy omen, though if the truth is to be told, the sighs and brays of Dapple were louder than the neighings of the hack, from which Sancho inferred that his good fortune was to exceed and overtop that of his master, building perhaps upon some judicial astrology that he may have known. I've lost my place, hold on. Where did it go? Ah, I see. That he may have known, though the history says nothing about it, all that can be said is this, that when he stumbled or fell, he was heard to say he wished he had not come out, for by stumbling or falling there was nothing to be got but a damaged shoe or a cracked rib. And fool as he was not much astray in this. Said Don Quixote, Sancho, my friend, night is drawing on upon us as we go, and more darkly than will allow us to reach El Toboso by daylight, for there I am resolved to go before I engage in another adventure, and there I shall obtain the blessing and generous permission of the peerless Dulcinea, with which permission I expect and feel assured that I shall conclude and bring to a happy termination every perilous adventure. For nothing in life makes knights errant more valorous than finding themselves favored by their ladies. So I believe, replied Sancho, but I think it will be difficult for your worship to speak with her or see her, at any rate where you'll be able to receive her blessing, unless indeed she throws it over the wall of the yard where I saw her the time before, when I took the letter that told of the follies and mad things your worship was doing in the heart of Sierra Morena. Dost thou take that for a yard wall, Sancho? Said Don Quixote, where or at which thou sawest that never sufficiently extolled grace and beauty? It must have been the gallery, corridor, or portico of some rich and royal palace. It might have been all that, returned Sancho, but to me it looked like a wall, unless I am short of memory. At all events, let us go there, Sancho, said Don Quixote. For so that I see her, it is the same to me whether it be over a wall, or at a window, or through the chink of a door, or the gate of a garden. For any beam of sun of her beauty that reaches my eyes will give light to my reason and strength to my heart, so that I shall be unmatched and unequalled in wisdom and valor. Well, to the truth, Signor, said Sancho, when I saw that sun of the lady Dulcinea del Toboso, it was not bright enough to throw out beams at all. It must have been that as her grace was sifting that wheat I told you of, the thick dust she raised came before her face like a cloud and dimmed it. What? Dost thou still persist, Sancho, said Don Quixote, in saying, thinking, believing, and maintaining that my lady Dulcinea was sifting wheat, that being an occupation and task entirely at variance with what is and should be the employment of persons of distinction, who are constituted and reserved for other avocations and pursuits that show their rank of a bow shot off? Thou hast forgotten, O Sancho, those lines of our poet wherein he paints for us now, in their crystal abodes, Those four nymphs employed themselves, who rose from their loved Tagus, and seated themselves in a verdant meadow, to embroider those tissues which the ingenious poet there describes to us, how they were worked and woven with gold and silk and pearls, and sometimes of this sort must have been the employment of my lady when thou sawest her. Only that the spite of which some wicked enchanter seems to have against everything of mine changes all those things that give me pleasure, and turns them into shapes unlike their own, and so I fear that in the history of my achievements, which they say is now in print, if haply its author and was some sage, is an enemy of mine, he will have put one thing for another, and mingling 1,000 lies with one truth, and amusing himself by relating transactions which have nothing to do with the sequences of a true story. Oh, envy, root of all countless evils, and cankerworm of the virtues, and cankerworm of the virtues. All the vices, Sancho, bring some kind of pleasure with them, but envy brings nothing but irritation, bitterness, and rage. So I say too, replied Sancho, and I suspect in that legend or history of us that the bachelor Samson Carrasco told us he saw, my honor goes dragged in the dirt, knocked about, up and down, sweeping the streets, as they say, and yet on the faith of an honest man I never spoke ill of any enchanter, and I am not so well off that I am to be envied. To be sure, I am rather sly, and I have a certain spice of the rogue in me, but all is covered by the great cloak of my simplicity, always natural and never acted, and if I had no merit save that I believe, as I always do, firmly and truly in God, and that all the Holy Roman Catholic Church holds and believes, then that I am a mortal enemy of the Jews, the historians ought to have mercy on me, and treat me well in their writings. But let them say what they like, naked was I born, naked I find myself, I neither lose nor gain, nay, while I see myself put into a book, and passed on from hand to hand over the world, I don't care a fig. Let them say what they think, let them say what they like of me. That, Sancho, returned Don Quixote, reminds me of what happened to a famous poet of our own day, who, having written a bitter satire against all the courtesan ladies, did not insert or name in it a certain lady of whom it was questionable whether she was or not. She, seeing she was not in the list of the poet, asked him what he had seen in her that he did not include her in the number of the others, telling him he must add to his satire and put her in the new part, or else look out for the consequences. The poet did as she bade him, and left her without a shred of reputation, and she was satisfied by getting fame, though it was infamy. In keeping with what this is, what they relate of that shepherd who set fire to the famous temple of Diana, by repute one of the 7 wonders of the world, and burned it with the sole object of making his name live in after ages, and though it was forbidden to name him or mention his name by word of mouth or in writing, lest the object of his ambition should be attached, nevertheless it became known that he was called Erostratus, and something of the sort is what happened in the case of the great Emperor Charles V, and a gentleman in Rome. The emperor was anxious to see that famous temple of the Rotunda, called in ancient times the temple of all the gods, but nowadays, by a better nomenclature, by all the saints. Of all the saints. Which is one of the best preserved building of all those of pagan construction in Rome, and the one which best sustains the reputation of mighty works and magnificence of its founders. It is in the form of a half-orange, enormous dimensions, and well lighted, though no light penetrates it save which is admitted by a window, or rather round skylight at the top. And it was from this that the emperor examined the building. A Roman gentleman stood by his side and explained to him the skillful construction and ingenuity of the vast fabric and its wonderful architecture. And when they said they left the skylight, he said to the emperor, 1,000 times, your sacred majesty, the impulse came upon me to seize your majesty in my arms and fling myself down from yonder skylight, so as to leave me behind in the world a name that would last forever. I am thankful to you for not carrying out such an evil thought into effect, said the emperor, and I shall give you no opportunity in future of again putting your loyalty to the test, and I therefore forbid you to ever speak to me, or to be where I am. And he followed up these words by bestowing a liberal bounty upon him. My meaning, Sancho, that the desire of acquiring fame is a very powerful motive. What thinkest thou? Was it that flung Horatius in full armor down from the bridge into the depths of the Tiber? What burned the hand and arm of Mutius? What impelled Curtius to plunge into the deep burning gulf that opened in the midst of Rome? What, in opposition to all the omens that declared against him, made Julius Caesar cross the Rubicon, and across to more modern examples that scuttled ships and left stranded and cut off the galleon Spaniards under the command of the most courteous Cortes in the New World? All these and a variety of other great exploits are, were, and will be the work of fame that mortals desire as a reward and a portion of the immortality of their famous deeds deserve, though we Catholic Christians and knights-errant look more to that future glory that is everlasting in the ethereal regions of heaven than to the vanity of the fame that is to be acquired in the present transitory life, a fame that, however long it may last, must after all end with the world, which has its own appointed end, so that, O Sancho, in what we do must not overpass the bounds which the Christian religion we profess has assigned to us. We must slay pride in giants, envy by generosity and nobleness of heart, anger by calmness of demeanor and equanimity, gluttony and sloth by the spareness of our diet and the length of our vigils, lust and lewdness by the loyalty we preserve to those whom we have made the mistresses of our own thoughts, indolence by traversing the world in all directions, seeking opportunities and making ourselves, besides Christians, famous knights. Such, Sancho, are the means by which we reach the extremes of praise that fair fame carries with it. You know, I'll be perfectly honest. The Emperor bit, it does call to mind. I need to think about it for a second. I can't remember exactly who it was, but it was something to do with, I want to say it was Elvis. You know what? Actually, hold on. We're just gonna make sure that that's highlighted. You'll always be the guy who shot Elvis. I'm trying to remember who it was. Apparently, let me see here. At the very least, this was a bit of a story. I believe it was allegedly Alice Cooper, who was I can't remember, but apparently Elvis Presley fancied himself a bit of a martial artist, and so he had basically told Mr. Cooper to place a gun to his head, and then he was like, oh, "But if I just did it, I'll always be the guy who shot Elvis." Unfortunately, however, is that Mr. Presley had managed to do his flips. Maybe he was a grappler, I can't really remember. But anyway, yeah, that's all that I have to add to the story. Anyway, now back to our regularly scheduled programming. All that your worship has said so far, said Sancho, I have understood quite well. But still, I would be glad if your worship would dissolve a doubt for me, which has just this minute come into my mind. Solve, thou meanest, said Don Quixote. Say on, in God's name, and I will answer as well as I can. Tell me, Signor, Sancho went on to say, those Julys or Augusts and all those venturous knights that you say are now dead, where are they now? The heathens, replied Don Quixote, are no doubt in hell. The Christians, if they were good Christians, are either in purgatory or in heaven. Oh, very good, said Sancho. But now I want to know, the tombs where the bodies of those great lords are, have they silver lamps before them, or are the walls of their chapels ornamented with crutches, winding sheets, tresses of hair, legs, and eyes in wax? Or what are they ornamented with? To which Don Quixote made answer, The tombs of the heathens were generally sumptuous temples. The ashes of Julius Caesar's body were placed on the top of a stone pyramid of vast size, which they now call in Rome St. Peter's Needle. The Emperor Hadrian had for a tomb a castle as large as a good-sized village, which they called the Mole Adriani, and is now the castle of St. Angelo in Rome. The Queen Artemisia buried her husband Mausolus in a tomb which was reckoned one of the 7 wonders of the world. But none of these tombs, or of the many others of the heathens, were ornamented with winding sheets or any of those other offerings and tokens that show that they who are buried there are saints. And tokens that show that they who are buried there are saints. I see. The point I'm coming to, said Sancho. Now tell me, which is the greater work, to bring a dead man to life, or to kill a giant? Well, the answer is easy, replied Don Quixote. It is a greater work to bring to life a dead man. Now I have got you, said Sancho. In that case, the fame of them who bring the dead to life, who give sight to the blind, cure cripples, restore health to the sick, and before whose tombs there are lamps burning, and whose chapels are filled with devout folk on their knees, adoring their relics, to a better fame in this life and in the other. In this life and the other. Devout folk along their knees, adoring their relics, to be a better fame in this life and in the other than that which all the heathen emperors and knights errant that have ever been in the world have left or may leave behind them. Well, that I grant too, said Don Quixote. Then this fame, these favors, these privileges, or whatever you call it, said Sancho, belong to the bodies and relics of the saints who, with approbation and permission of our Holy Mother Church, have lamps, tapers, winding sheets, crutches, pictures, eyes, and legs, by means of which they increase their devotion, add to their own Christian reputation. Kings carry the bodies or relics of saints on their shoulders, and kiss bits of their bones, and enrich and adorn their oratories and favorite altars with them. What wouldst thou have me infer from all thou hast said, Sancho? Said Don Quixote. My meaning is, said Sancho, let us set about becoming saints, and we shall obtain more quickly the fair fame we are striving after, for you know, Signor, yesterday, or the day before yesterday, for it is so lately one may say so, they canonized and beatified 2 little barefoot friars, and it is now reckoned the greatest good luck to kiss or touch the iron chains with which they girt and tortured their bodies, and they are held in greater veneration, so it is said, than the sword of Roland in the armory of our lord the king, whom God preserve, so that, Signor, it is better to be an humble little friar, no matter what order, than a valiant knight-errant with God. A couple of dozen penance lashings are of more avail than 200 lance thrusts, be they given to giants or monsters or dragons. Well, that is true, returned Don Quixote, but we cannot all be friars, and many are the ways by which God takes his own to heaven. Chivalry is a religion. There are sainted knights in glory. Yes, said Sancho, but I have heard say there are more friars in heaven than knights errant. That, said Don Quixote, is because those in religious orders are more numerous than knights. The errants are many, said Sancho. Many, replied Don Quixote, but few they who deserve the name of knights. With these and other discussions of the same sort, they passed that night and the following day, without anything worth mentioning happening to them, whereat Don Quixote was not a little dejected. But at length of the next day, at daybreak, they descried the great city of El Toboso, at the sight of which Don Quixote's spirits rose and Sancho's fell, for he did not know Dulcinea's house, nor in all his life had he ever seen her, or any more than his master, so that they were both uneasy, the one to see her, and the other at not having seen her. And Sancho was at a loss to know what he was to do when his master sent him to El Toboso. In the end, Don Quixote made up his mind to enter the city at nightfall, and they waited until the time came among some oak trees that they were near El Toboso, and when the moment they agreed upon arrived, They made their entrance into the city, where something happened to them that may fairly be called something. Unfortunately, however, we'll have to save that something for later. Because it's been 4 odd hours and my throat's getting a little raw. So I'll tell you what, I'm gonna figure out where to send you guys on your merry way. So let's go and find that stream manager. And we're gonna go see if there's anyone fun to raid. Let's see here. There any other troopers here that are doing some raiding? Da 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 dun 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 dun. Da 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 da. Hmm. It looks like NaNoWriMo. Interesting. So many choices. Well, I'll tell you what, I will bounce you guys over to Sarah K, it looks like. I'm not typically, I'm not sure what they're reading, but I will send you guys that way. I hope that you all have a pleasant time, and I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be looking at, you guessed it, the new Shin Megami Tensei tabletop RPG, and then maybe also playing a little bit of Nocturne, because I think that I have that somewhere around here, and I've got a bit of a hankering for it. But either way, again, thank you all very much for attending. I do sincerely appreciate it, and a big thanks to Petra for the follow. I do sincerely appreciate it. I'll be sure to give them a gander anyhow. But either way, let's see here. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow at about noon o'clock, and thank you all again very much for attending. Anyway, I'm going to get you sent off on your merry way before too long. So again, toodaloo and goodbye. Da 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 da. Oh, right. Eh, eh. Okay, and hopefully that will be the end of that. Hi-ho! Well, Well, that was a fun time. Hmm.
Oh, we were reading Don Quixote. Oh.
Oh, I'll be back.
no suicides permitted here, and no smoking in the parlor.
Bye.